Welcome in, my heathens, and welcome. How's everybody doing this morning? Hope you're doing well. We're going to be doing some story time, so this isn't necessarily a stream that you're going to have to watch. I do recommend, though, because Along the Edge has a beautiful art style. I have ran through it once, but it's been a very long time ago, and I loved it the first time. So I want to give myself a bit of a refresher, give you guys something new, hopefully, and yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy it. It's, again, not something that you're going to have to really pay attention to, so if you want to put me in the background, just kind of listen in while you're getting ready for work, while you're doing something, that's totally cool. Alright, let's see. Get me over. Get rid of my wings, because they in the way, as per usual. Let me get the game up. Ooh! I made myself tiny! Nope. There we go. That's better. Alright. Get me... No! Bro. Alright, let's get started, bro. Along the Edge is an interactive graphic novel. During your adventure, you will be asked to make choices that will define how your story progresses. Some of these choices will have direct consequences, forking the story in one direction or the other. However, each of your decisions, even the most insignificant, will have an impact on the personality of the main character, Daphne. When one of your decisions influences Daphne's personality, one or two symbols light up at the top of the screen. The star, the globe, the sun, the moon. And along the edge, your decisions are neither good nor bad. However, the sum of your choices always leads to different scenarios. It's impossible to lose in Along the Edge. The branching of the story opens different narrative hypotheses, shaping your adventure according to your choices. Your progress is saved automatically. You won't be able to change the decision you've made. Choose wisely. I love this game. Dr. Durant, So you've determined then? Yes, I think I need a fresh start. The inheritance, it's the perfect opportunity to finally turn the page. Dr. Durant, I know you're convinced yourself that, but are you sure you really know what you wish to achieve with this move? After all, you've recently went through major trauma, and there's still a lot of ground to cover. Between you and me, you know what I think of your decision, but I can't prevent you from leaving. Have you found a job yet? I have. Substituting for a math teacher at the village middle school. Maternity leave? 6 months? That should give me enough time to get my bearings. Don't you mind giving up your PhD? Your research career was quite promising. Hmm. Hello, Tran. Welcome in. How's it going this morning? What? No. I don't think we mind. I don't think we mind giving up the research career. No, honestly, I don't much like being alone in the lab all day long. It'll be good for me with other people for the change. Let's see. One last thing. I know your relationship with Frank is quite tense. It is. You know the breakup's still recent, and I always counted on his support. After so many years together, I need time. I suppose you're aware that you're about to break all your ties with him, probably for good. Are you sure you won't regret it later? Did you at least inform him of your plans? He broke up with her. What do you mean? Or you broke up with him or whatever? Uh, yeah, it's none of his business anymore. No, I didn't, and it doesn't concern him anymore. All right. Listen, Daphne, you've got my number. Please don't be afraid to call me if you feel the need. I'm counting on you. Okay, I will. Try to take a bath. I saw a notification. Bro. Go take a bath. It'll be fine. I'll be here. There'll be a VOD you can watch later. Personal hygiene's important. Then I suppose I can do is wish you the best. When are you leaving? Thank you. Tomorrow. Chapter 1. August. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've inherited the family house, my grandmother's. I didn't know her, and now I never will. Dang, need some cookies and milk for this, right? My mother had cut all her ties with that side of the family. The one side, well, the only side, since I never knew who my father was. I remember the birthday cards, though. My mother had hidden them between two piles of laundry in the linen closet. If the bond was broken, it wasn't my grandmother's fault. And here I am, 10 years later, inheriting a big house 300 miles away, when I too have severed all connections with my own mother. That's what they call karma, isn't it? The other PhD students asked me to meet them at the bar. I could also go see Frank to say goodbye. I told Dr. Durant that I didn't want to tell him I was leaving, but this is my last chance to do things right. Am I really sure of my choice? Of course, I could also just go home. What should I do? Oh, should we tell Frank? I mean, she said he was a support system. And I know I was initially like, hey, fuck that guy. He doesn't need to know what I'm doing. But at the same time, she did make a point and was like, hey. Oh, shit. Sorry. Like, this dude's my support system. I've always. Yeah. But we could go to the bar and have fun with the friends. Fine. We'll go to Frank. I took one bus, then another. Then I walked, and my steps brought me back to the old apartment Frank and I used to share. I hesitated a few seconds before pressing the buzzer. No answer. I don't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. I try again. No avail. I may as well go home and finish packing, then it's too late to go to the bar. Damn. Should have went to the bar. That's it. Everything I own is packed in a couple of boxes. I wish I felt sad about leaving, but actually, I don't really care. My last night here, I don't know what I hope to find there. A fresh start? That's what I'm trying to convince myself. Perhaps Dr. Duran is right. Maybe I'm just avoiding the real issue. Did my mother feel the same way when she left my grandmother's village 30 years ago? Am I following her footsteps despite myself? The difference is that she had me. Me? I'm alone. I'm overthinking this. I've taken my decision. I can't afford to go back. I can't undo what I've done. I'll try and get some sleep. 300 miles. I got up way too early for this. It's going to be a long journey. Little by little, civilization slowly gives way to empty spaces. The highway is replaced by interlacing small roads, and the clear direction given on one major route becomes a hit and miss search for clues, which gets me more and more arduous as I near my destination. The road goes through the village, which I cross in a few moments. I thought I was getting away from the agitation of the city, but all this peace and serenity feels like it's hiding something sinister, almost ominous. After a couple of miles, I turn into a dirt track overrun with weeds. I go through the gate, marking the limits of my family's domain. Then, on the right, I see a small stone house. It must be the lodge where the wardens, a couple, live. It was specified in the estate accounts the notary made me sign. I decided to leave the car there. I don't feel like driving all the way back in reverse if the tracks turn out to be a dead end. Walking a bit further, I see a man coming towards me. He's carrying a rifle and holds a dead rabbit by the ears. Mr. Burton. Hello, miss. You're on private property. Did you take a wrong turn? Ask for directions? Hello, I'm looking for the Delator family domain. Am I in the right place? Oh, you're not lost then. Why are you here? I'm Daphne. Adelie's granddaughter. Mr. Burton, Gerard Burton. I'm the warden. Nobody told me you were coming. Is the house open? No. Well, yes. It's been a couple of months now since Miss Delator passed away. My wife, Gilbert, and we've made sure everything's weatherproofed, but the door isn't locked. Really? Well, the only path goes past our house, and there aren't many visitors anyway. The villagers usually avoid coming up here, you know. Why? Why do they avoid the house? People get worked up over nothing around here. An old lady living alone in a big house who doesn't go out much. Yeah, it's enough to make them talk. Thank you. I'll be in the house if you're looking for me. I'll send you my wife, Gilbert. She'll help you open the shutters. Just follow the path. It's not far, and you can't get lost. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Burton. Have a nice day. Welcome in, Toasty. Love me some good toast in the morning, not gonna lie. About 100 yards further on, the path in the woods ends and I see a house standing in a kind of clearing. Although several generations of Delators have lived here, for me, this is the first time I've seen the estate. The building is impressive, with the towers of the center of the facade, the last vestige of an entire castle, and surely the origins of my family name. As promised, the door isn't locked and opens into an entrance hall plunged in darkness. As I cross the threshold, the chills of the old stone strike me, slicing through the searing heat of the midday sun shining over the garden. No, you're good, Chester. You're good. Maybe you need a bit of a story time to help you sleep, my dude. Everybody needs a good nap sometimes. Despite the gloom, I can make out the edges of the room, intimidating in its vastness, which makes a change from the tiny city apartments I'm used to. I'm struggling to open one of the windows to let the light in when a voice comes to the entrance. When a voice from the entrance startles me. Miss Burton. Miss? An old woman stands at the threshold. My husband told me you were coming to the house. Are you planning to stay for the night? Much more than the night. I'm moving in. Oh, and please, call me Daphne. I'll get more than enough miss when I start working at the school. Did they tell you about the succession? So you're Madam's granddaughter, then. She used to talk about you a lot, you know. I remember you. Well, I mean, it was a long time ago. You were still a baby when Miss Sophie left. Madam never got over it. Well, I'm sure you've got a lot to tell me, but can you do it while helping me open these shutters? Oh, of course. I'm so sorry. Are you moving into the castle? You're going to work at the village school, aren't you? Yes, I'm a math teacher. I'm going to teach there. Well, at least for the next 6 months as a substitute. So tell me, how do you want to do this? I mean, I know you've been working for my grandmother, but I'm not sure I can afford your services, if you see what I mean. The inheritance barely left me enough to cover the cost of the house for a couple of years. Oh, don't worry. Gerard and I retired 2 years ago. But Madame didn't forget us in her will. She was kind enough to leave us the lodge to live out our days. We'll help for as long as we're able, my husband and I. We've done this all our life. Hard work doesn't scare us. Anyway, we'd be bored with nothing to do all day. Aww. Your help will be very welcome. That's great news. With that help, I don't know how I'd manage to get everything done in such a big house. And we'll be happy to give you a hand. Would you like me to get you some groceries from the market tomorrow? I used to do it for Madame. She didn't go out much, not after Miss Sophie left. No, don't worry, I'll go. It'll give me a chance to check out the village. Miss Burton helped me put clean sheets on the beds. The windows, now wide open, let out the musty air while ushering in golden light of the summer evening setting sun. Then she leaves me alone for my first night in my new house. I spent the evening watching the antique television in the kitchen while eating a leftover sandwich I brought earlier on the highway. I try to sleep far from the reassuring sounds of the cars and the lights of the city, the forest silence only broken by the unsettling squeak of floorboards and the hoot of a hunting owl. I'm predictably grouchy the next morning. If the sight of the empty fridge hadn't driven me to action, I would have succumbed to an inviting comfort of the sofa while wasting my day napping in the living room. The market, it wasn't exactly what I'd imagined. We all have romantic notions of picturesque little country markets, but this one was purely functional. Nothing romantic about the butcher's stall, nor the fisherman's radio tuned in far too loud to a local station that seems to broadcast at this hour of the day a playlist of songs that used to be popular but are now utterly outdated. I'm buying some bread when someone barges in front of me. Stainless maltier. Give me 3 baguettes and 2 loaves of nut bread, please. I'm sorry, I don't believe it was... Wait. I believe it was my turn. This will only take an instant, don't worry. Bitch. Apparently entitled people back in the woods as well. Good God. Whoever you are. Fuck off. Ah. We need to... Yeah, I don't know. Do we keep calm? Do we get worked up? I feel like we need to give him a whole what for, asshole. That's fair. I mean, honestly, in this situation, I would want to get worked up, but I would probably not. That's fair. I don't care if it takes an instant or 10 minutes. If you're not from around here, are you? What does that have to do with anything? Listen, miss, you really ought to educate yourself before you start making a scene. It's kind of embarrassing. See, I'm done already. It didn't take that long, did it? Have a nice day. Ugh, the man slips a bill into the baker's hand before disappearing down the street. Ugh, seriously, who was that guy? You're not from around here, are you? He's Maltier's son. His family owns the sawmill that employs half the town, and the other half are all in business with them, one way or the other. Does that give him the right to behave like that? Oh no! Tran, it's okay, absolutely fine. You go, you chill, get your internet sorted. Don't you worry about it, my dude. 100% fine. You shouldn't cross the Maltese, you know. They've been in town for generations, and people say all sorts of things about them. What kind of things? Strange accidents, businesses suddenly going bankrupt. People are pretty superstitious here. Hmm. Really? Well, this is the countryside. I suppose a lot of people here still believe that kind of stuff. People are free to think what they like. I'm leaving the area soon, so you'll understand I don't want to get involved. The others told me to watch out for that family, and I don't want any trouble. See you tomorrow, Tron. I see. Hmm. I like this guy. Oh, I gotta clean my glasses because I can't see shit. I don't know why I looked over at chat like I want to be able to see what's going on when everything just looks like a blur of white. Like I can kind of make out different lines. I have no idea what the words are. I am blind as fuck, boy. Blind as fuck. Ah, oh, that's better. I realize I've already been here for a few days and I haven't taken the time to visit the house properly yet. With my busy schedule, I've confined myself to the main rooms, going from the bedroom to the kitchen or the living room. I have to take advantage of the weekend to give myself a grand tour. Maybe I'll learn more about my grandmother and this family that I know so little about. I could try asking Miss Burton a few questions too. Up till now, she's been very evasive. If I go see her outside her hours, she might be more inclined to answer me. She's a very discreet woman, somehow, and she manages to never be in the same room as me. If I leave the kitchen for a while to take a shower, for example, when I come back, I always find the debris of my breakfast has been cleared away. The table has been wiped, and the dishwasher is gently humming. I told her several times not to make my bed, that I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. She acknowledges me, but keeps on making it anyway. I guess she might enjoy a friendly visit. Where should I start? Okay, so I'm assuming since it's where should I start, that means that I'm going to be able to do hopefully all of them, not just one. So I think we'll probably start with Miss Burton. Maybe she can give us another place to explore if we ask her. I don't know. Good morning, Miss Burton. How are you doing? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. My joints ache a bit today. It must be the cold weather. Summer always goes so fast. It's almost it's almost fall already. Can you believe it? But that's enough about me. You haven't come around here to listen to an old woman complaining about her aches and pains. How can I help you, miss? Yes, story time. Welcome in, Chris. Oh, by the way, Chris, we have to do Ale and Tail this weekend, my man. It is an absolute must. Um, tell me what it was like in the old days. Tell me what it was like in the old days before my mom left. I mean, the end was already in sight when your mother left, if I may say so, miss. There were only your grandmother, Madame Adelaide, and Miss Sophie living here. Your grandfather died when your mother was still a little girl. The illness that took him without warning. The doctors couldn't do anything for the poor man. But back when I arrived here, things were different. There were lots of people living in the castle. Cousins, uncles, aunts, and a whole gaggle of children. So, what happened? I don't really know. It just happened. There were unexplained deaths, accidents. Some of them left the area and were never heard from again. Everything started to go downhill when the Maltese brought the sawmill. Uh-huh. What's the connection? Do you really think that's linked? I mean, there's no logical connection between buying a sawmill and these accidents. I couldn't say, miss. All I know is that when the Maltese flourished, the Delators withered. I met Maltese son at the bakery. Ugh, that lout? None of my business, of course, but you should be careful of him. He's a good-for-nothing who spends his time doing goodness knows what in his car. I agree. You're right, he acted like a jerk with me. Ah, you see, exactly my point. Now, while we're talking about the past, maybe you'd like to see an old photo album. Absolutely, tell me where they're at, and I'll look for them. Thank you. There in the cupboard in the living room, you'll see there are even some of your great-grandfather's old photos. Something else? Apparently not. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll come back later. What should I do next? Ah, it did open up another one. We'll check the photos. I found the photos where Miss Burton told me they would be, and I discovered that my great-grandfather had an early passion for the darkroom, and that his photographs from last century had survived time. The family was larger then, with a swarm of children in the gardens and large tables at the holiday gatherings. If worry could be read on the faces of the adults, if the future ruin of dereliction of the house Delator could already crack the walls and yellow the wallpaper, it didn't show these old Durotypes. Oh, they're gonna be throwing big words at me. Oh, they're gonna be throwing big words at me, and I'm not gonna do good with this. I found a couple of pictures of my mother, first as a child, then as a young girl. The discovery of these treasure moved me. I have never seen what she looked like when she was younger. The final picture shows her belly getting rounder and rounder. And then, nothing. No more photos. As if nothing worth documenting had happened during the last 30 years. We'll check our mother's old bed. Well, we'll check the tower. And then we'll go from there. I couldn't find the entrance to the tower. I searched inside and outside the house, but no doors seemed to lead into it. After randomly exploring the corridors and the rooms, I'll have to ask Miss Burton about the mystery. However, while I was searching for the damn entrance, my feet took me down to the basement where I discovered a treasure trove of old wines. The most recent bottles were around 30 years old. I guess my grandmother wasn't much of a drinker, and the wine cellar must have remained untouched ever since her husband passed away. Did my mother come here during her teen years, defying her parents' rules to steal a bottle to share with her friends from the village? I was convinced during one of those parties. Was I conceived during one of those parties, celebrated by sacrificing these rare vintages on the altar of youth? with my mother, Sophie, not sober enough to resist the charms of some local young farmer. When I was old enough to ask her, she always told me with a dismissive wave of her hand that my father was from the village and hadn't wanted to recognize a child he hadn't asked for. All in all, she said we were better off without him. Maybe I could bring a bottle to Miss Burton. Yeah, we'll take a bottle to Miss Burton. As I take the bottle from the shelf to decipher its dusty label, it slips from my hand and smashes on the ground. Ma'am? Suddenly I am overwhelmed by the feeling as though I was violating something sacred, trampling the memory of my grandfather, who might have selected this precise vintage to celebrate something special. I begin to question my intentions. Am I offering this bottle as an honest mark of affection towards a kind old lady, or am I planning to get Miss Burton drunk so that I can extract information from her? Um, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it. Just gonna leave it. Gonna leave it. I'm not gonna take another bottle. No, this isn't my style. And I'm not sure it would be such a good idea to get drunk in the middle of the day. What should I do next? We'll go to our mother's bedroom. Take a look around. My grandmother lived alone in this big house, so she kept most of the rooms shut and just stayed on the ground floor on the left side of the building. I've taken over her living quarters, and with the nights getting colder, I'm glad I don't have to keep the whole house warm. I look over to the other rooms, the parlors and the ground floor and the multiple bedrooms above. Everything seems frozen in time. The furniture is covered with white linen sheets, perhaps waiting for better days to return, like the days before Adelaide was a widow when my mother still lived under her roof. Her old bedroom hadn't changed. It's still the room of a teenage girl, even if I can see that someone had hastily made room for me, the baby about to be born. There are still band posters from another age pinned to the walls, and the crib where I might have spent my first nights before my mother decided to leave. But there aren't any white linen sheets to protect the furniture in this room, and it looks as though that it has been cleaned up very recently. Huh. Something else about my mother's bedroom. I visited the house, gone into every room, and I noticed all the furniture has been covered with white sheets. Yes, it was Madame, your grandmother, who asked me to close most of the rooms. She lived alone in the house, and she never had any visitors. It was to prevent the furniture from being damaged. Why are you asking? Do you want me to open up the rest of the house? No, that's not why I'm asking. One of the rooms, I'm guessing it was my mother's old bedroom. Why wasn't it closed like the others? Ah, it was what Madame wanted. You know, when Miss Sophie left, it broke her heart. She was never the same afterwards. Until the day she died, she never gave up hope that your mother would come back. She asked me to make up her room every day, just in case, she'd say. Oh, that's heartbreaking. I couldn't find the entrance of the tower. Do you know how to get inside? Well, I couldn't say, miss. I couldn't tell you how to get in if my life depended on it. Madame, your grandmother, said that it had been walled up and that we were better off not knowing what was inside. Do you mean that no one's been inside that tower for, what, 30 years? 40? Goodness me, much more than that. I'm 67. I've been living here since I was 14, and the tower's always been that way. So nobody knows what's in the tower, but surely you must have some idea. You must have heard talk in the village, right? It was just gossip, a waste of breath is what it is. What are you talking about? Please don't press me, miss. With all due respect, I won't dirty your late grandmother's name with that nonsense. The conversation with Miss Burton aroused my curiosity. The tower, the village, the Maltese, and I thought my relocation would lead to a life of austerity and isolation. I have to admit that what's going on in the village is far more intriguing than I anticipated. Unfortunately, the realities of everyday life catch up with me before I have a time to look into it. I'm obliged to spend the last days of August preparing for my classes at the middle school, and I hadn't realized how much work that would involve. So I spend most of my time shut up in the house, buried in textbooks for all the new classes I've been given. Then the first day of school arrived, and despite a few difficulties, after a couple of weeks I began to get my bearings at the school. Life fell into a routine. The days passed like trains. Chapter 2, September. I've decided to take advantage of the week and go back to the market. I'm sure someone will finally agree to tell me more about the tidbits I've managed to gather up till now, especially about the Maltier family, who seem to fascinate half the village, and terrify the other half. I should start with the baker. She hasn't finished her season yet. If she hasn't finished her season already, she can't be far off. She wouldn't be taking much of a risk sharing some gossip with me, seeing as she's leaving until next summer. I see Gerard Bourtin on the other side of the square. He's talking to some tall man with a self-possessed air. I could go over so that he has to introduce me, but the bakery is about to close, and I might not get another chance to question Miss Borchard. What should I do? We'll go to the bakery and see what we can figure out. Hello, Miss Borchard. Ah, hello, miss. You're in luck. I was about to close. Are you finishing the season soon? Yes, I am. We ran a bit more into September than we planned, but that's it. We're calling it a day. 2 weeks vacation, then we're moving to the Alps, my husband and I. We're doing the ski season there. Oh, that will make a change. I'm glad to be leaving. The money's not bad, but I don't want the atmosphere around here. So, will it be one baguette as usual? Yes, but I wanted to ask. Yes? What do you know about the Maltese? I told you I don't want to talk about them. I don't want any trouble. Oh, but you'll be leaving soon. I really need to know. Nobody wants to tell me anything, and seeing as you're leaving soon, you seem like a nice young lady, so listen to me carefully. She takes me by the arm, puts her face close to mine, and whispers. The Maltese, they're sorcerers. That's why they've got the whole village under their thumb. If you do something they don't like, bad things happen. How do you think they got this place? Bakers don't take 3 months vacation. Mr. Blanchard, the owner of the shop, 3 months in the hospital. Busy out the lot, the poor man. He fell down the stairs. The other shopkeepers, they told me he'd had words with the mayor. With the mayor? Well, yes. Yves Montier. He's the mayor of the village, didn't you know? No. No, I didn't. Apparently, they were talking one evening. Some petty squirrels about the land register, a fence that wasn't the right place or something. And then, bam! The next day, he falls down the stairs just like that. Do you really believe that? Well, I'm a bit of a doubting Thomas. I only believe what I see, but, you know, it's troubling. Hmm. I want to take it seriously just because I'm into the whole witchy stuff, man. Thank you for talking to me. I'll be discreet. Don't worry. Well, now you know as much as I do. You be careful of them. I'd hate if it was my fault that something happened to you. Don't worry about me. Goodbye, Miss Berkshire. I'm at school teaching geometry to my 6th grade class when nature finally intervenes to give the sun back. But the respite is short lived. A bit later, I discover a summons to the principal's office in my locker. Even though I'm now on the other side of the fence and I no longer risk a detention, I admit it worries me a little, adding a sense of menace to this otherwise radiant September day. When I venture into the principal's office, I discover Mr. Chesnut, the principal, in a heated debate with someone who I guess is an irate mother of one of my pupils. The poor man is ashen. He cowers behind his desk, and he's so hunched up in his big leather chair, it's as if he's upholstery. Please, Miss Levick, you must admit that your demands are most unusual, to say the least. We've had nothing but praise for Miss Delatour's professionalism and her devotion to teaching the mathematics. Ah, here she comes. Mr. Chestnut fixes me with an imploring gaze, as if I was his only hope of salvation. Did you want to see me? Yes, please. Take a seat. Let me introduce you to Miss Levesque, Jean Baptiste's mother. You know, one of your 6th grade students. Ah, speak to Miss Levesque. She's obviously irate. He needs help. Speak to her. Miss Levesque, it's nice to meet you. I'm Daphne Delator, Miss Doopy's substitute. I'm really very satisfied with your son's work. He's an excellent student. Are you kidding me? You must realize I'm not here to talk about my son's math skills. Look, Miss Chestnut, I'm not going to exchange words with this. Anyway, I've had an agreement, you and I hope you'll keep your word. Jean-Baptiste's mother glares at me coldly. I hear the director mutter in his beard. But we haven't agreed to anything. I know what to make of the situation. After a few seconds that feels like hours, I give up and say, what exactly is the problem? I'm sure we can find a solution. I'm not sure how to tell you this. Miss Levesque wishes to remove her son from your class. Did I do something wrong? I I don't understand. Everyone seems quite happy with my work. Why would you want to remove your son from my class? This has nothing to do with your teaching. Miss Levesque, be reasonable. You can't ask us to change the class just like that for no good reason. For no good reason? Ugh. That's it. You're falling under the Delator spell too. The family of pagans. You arrive in town, and just like that, you think you can get away with anything. But me, I can see what you're up to, and I won't be fooled like anyone else. You do want me to say it? Wait, do you want me to say it? You are? A witch. In that case, it may be unwise to make me angry. Calm down, I don't mean you. Those tales of witchcraft have nothing to do with me. I don't appreciate your insinuations, and I will not have my name associated with your archaic superstitions. I am a scientist, and I assure you that I don't believe any of that nonsense. And you, Mr. Chestnut, I hope you won't let yourself be influenced by these medieval beliefs. I would happily continue to explain myself, but Mr. Chestnut interrupts to cut short the discussion. You see, I was sure that if we discussed it rationally, we could come to a consensus. I trust you're reassured, Miss Levesque. And Miss Delator, I hope I can rely on you to take good care of our dear Jean-Baptiste's progress. Of course, sir. I'll pay special attention. Oh! You're in it together. There's no other explanation. You, Delator, you won't get away with this. You haven't heard the last of me. Without warning, she leaves the room, slamming the door behind her. There's an awkward silence, which is quickly broken by Jean Chestnut. That's the third time she's burst into my office for this. It's nonsense. I believe I owe you one, Daphne. It's my job. You're welcome, Mr. Chestnut. Soothing parents' irrational fears is also part of the job description, unfortunately. When I finally get out of school, it's almost dark and rain is pouring down again, as if today's events hadn't already annoyed me enough. Seriously, how could that woman smear my family's name like that? I know that the Delators have a bit of a reputation in the area, but to call me a witch to my face in my workplace, even if I did have magical powers, how could she think I would harm a child? It's appalling. I've lit a cigarette and I'm sitting by the window brooding over these thoughts, when suddenly the headlights of a car illuminate the bend in the road. To my surprise, it turns the gate and comes up to the lane to the house. Who would visit me this late? I think I recognize the grubby gray van with the ladder on the roof and the hastily patched up right wing mirror. How is this possible? What is he doing here? I run down the stairs. I open the front door. Frank. There he is, my ex-lover at the door, drenched by the relentless rain. My heart sinks at the thought of seeing him, talking to him once again, just when I resigned myself to the fact that he was a remnant of the past. First, happy, then not so much. How did he know? How did he find me? I hadn't even told him I was leaving. Daphne, how long do you plan on making me wait in the rain? We need to talk. I love how he's drenched even in the... But, what are you doing here? Frank stands in the hall watching me, clearly annoyed. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Bitch, where did you come from? We didn't even know you were here. What are you annoyed for? I know we broke up, but didn't it even cross your mind to call and let me know that you were moving to the other side of the country? I mean, what do you mean? Come on, explain. I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't do it. I couldn't call you. You know, between the breakup and everything else, I needed to go, you know? Oh no, you're not getting off like that. I know what you're up to. If you really didn't want to see me again, you would have redirected your mail. I'm sorry. I know I should have told you. It was a crappy move. Look, what's done is done. You know I'm here for you, right? It's not because you've gone our separate ways that we have to be strangers. That's kind of you, but I had to do this on my own. I needed a clean break, you know, after the... It's okay. We don't need to go on about it. Wait, did you say you've gotten mail from me? Yes, a letter from your mother. I know your relationship's difficult, so I figured it's probably important. And then I had to track you down, which wasn't exactly child's play. It would have been easier if you'd left me your new address. Since I'm between jobs, I thought I'd take off a few days. Frank smiled at me, looking amused, then pretending to check out the room, he adds, Funny, been dreaming of a weekend in a bed and breakfast, or should I say castle and breakfast. Stop making fun of me. You know, lady of the manor really isn't my style. No, I think it suits you perfectly. Do you mind if I call you Lady Delatour from now on? Yo, Azareth, welcome in, my dude. How's it going, my man? It's more of a laid back stream today. Just doing a little bit of me yapping, mostly. I like to call it story time with Kross, where I just kind of come in, I start reading visual novels, you know, something someone can put on while they're off doing whatever they're doing. I know I'm really early in the morning with most of my streams for some people. So having something that they can just kind of listen to while they're getting ready for work or whatever, you know what I mean? Quit talking crap. What? Don't you like Lady Delator? What about Lady Daphne or your Grace? Your Grace sounds perfect, don't you think? Frank is wandering around the hall, inspecting the furniture and the ornaments. If there's one thing he's particularly good at, it's the way he can diffuse tense situations. Do you mind if we talk about it tomorrow? I've got to say, I'm shattered. As he speaks, he pulls a letter from the inside pocket and places it on the chest of drawers in the hall. Your mother's letter. I know it's not easy for you, but if you need to talk about it, I'm right here. Thank you. Well, if it's okay with you, I'm going to crash on your sofa for a few hours. I mean... Oh no. Oh no. Do we prepare a guest room or do we let him in our bed? Oh shit, that's shit. I wasn't expecting that kind of a decision already. Girl, you broke up with him. You guys broke up for a reason. But then he also, like, drove literally across the country to track you down just to give you a letter that your mom gave you. Bro, I don't know. uh I hate making decisions. Hmm. I, I, I want to go with a guest room, but like, we're gonna prepare a guest room for him because we're not gonna let him in our beds right now. It might lead to that later. There's like 4,000 rooms up there. I can't let you sleep on the sofa. I'll set you up as a guest room. Even better. Show me the way. I wake up early the next morning. Frank must still be asleep upstairs and won't wake up for at least a couple of hours if I know him. I don't feel like getting up yet, so I decide to stay snuggled under the quilt for a few more minutes. I think about what happened yesterday and how odd the situation is. Frank is fast asleep in a room just a few yards away from mine. I can't believe he came all this way just to bring me a letter from Mom. Is he regretting our breakup? Is the letter just pretext to see me again? I was ready to never see him again after everything we'd gone through. We met almost 10 years ago. It was so unlikely. We had such completely different lifestyles. He was a carpenter and I was a freshman at the university, science major. I just arrived in town. There was a party at an acquaintance's. I still don't know why I was invited. I don't know why I went either. I guess when you're 20 years old, you jump at any occasion to get out. I guess the idea of escaping my student digs was enough to convince me to put on a dress and jump on a bus. Frank shouldn't have been there either. He was working on a particularly demanding project, but our hostess had insisted until he'd given up and agreed to come. I guess that's what we call fate. The magic worked right away. And it was the same old story. A few years later, we moved in again together. It was stupid playing two rents when we were living with each other all the time anyway. 2 years ago, we took things a step further. Frank's small carpentry business was doing well. My PhD was on track. The subject just came up by itself. Frank asked me if I wanted to have a baby. For him, it was so simple. He was so sure about it. He was so sure of everything, of the strength of our relationship, that he didn't want to wait any longer, that it was the right time. I had cold feet at first, objecting that I wanted to finish my PhD first, that we would have to think about it, but he managed to convince me. It wasn't that hard. I loved him more than anything, and I knew that sooner or later I would want to start a family with him. Why wait? We were happy. And then, late into the pregnancy, a few weeks before the due date, oh God, I lost the child. Damn. They made me keep the lifeless thing in my belly for days until the doctors decided to induce labor. They didn't understand what had gone wrong. Frank stayed with me at every step. He held my hand as I expelled death from my womb. The doctor refused to let me see the baby, objecting that I was too fragile to handle it. But I saw Frank's eyes when they pulled the motionless and silent corpse out of me. I clung to him as much as I could, but there was a chasm in my chest. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I knew something was irrevocably broken. Frank decided to incinerate the body and scatter the ashes. Burying the body meant naming it, making it, in a way, exist, and that was much more than we could bear. In any case, I was incapable of making any decisions. When the first shock wave and the tsunami it created in our lives finally receded, I realized our relationship was doomed. We did all we could to overcome the misery, but sooner or later, we had to face facts. We broke up without a fight. We agreed we couldn't go on like that. Frank kept our old apartment, and I took a furnished flat in the meantime. Then, a couple of months later, the notary told me that my grandma had passed away and she had bequeathed me everything to me. I take a quick shower, then go downstairs. The noise from the coffee machine tells me that Frank found his way to the kitchen. Mom's letter is still propped up on the chest of drawers in the hall. I'll have to open it sooner or later. What should I start with? Aw, man. We'll read the letter. Yep, that's what I was thinking, letter. The envelope is dog-eared and yellowing, as though it had traveled a lot. The stamp is foreign. The letters tell me that it was probably posted somewhere in Asia. I open it with a shaking hand. It's the first news I've had from her in years. It's been, 5 years, 6 years? I can't remember the last time we talked. Frank has never even met her. She was always a terrible mother, extremely controlling, but also glacially cold and strict. When I turned 18, I got a university scholarship, which allowed me some financial independence, which in turn quickly became total independence. I couldn't put up with her interference in my life any longer. Little by little, we lost touch. One year, I made an excuse not to visit her at Christmas. The next, I just sent her a card. I started to filter her calls, and one day the phone just stopped ringing. The bond was broken, and years had passed without me noticing her absence. When I tried to contact her, she had disappeared without leaving an address. I must admit, I didn't try very hard to track her down. And now, out of nowhere, she comes back into my life with this letter. Her nervous, jerky handwriting hasn't changed. The content of the letter, though, is as cryptic as it is brief. Daphne, please don't accept the inheritance from your grandmother. Don't go back there. You'll only be putting yourself in danger. Regards, Sophie Delatour. That closing says a lot about her tender-heartedness. I wasn't expecting your mommy who loves you, but well... Mom never talked about the time she spent here with my grandmother at the castle. It seemed obvious to me that something had happened, but what? I turn this over in my hands as I enter the kitchen. Frank holds a steaming mug of coffee and is gazing through the French windows. So you managed to figure out the coffee machine. You know me. Without my morning caffeine, I'm a total zombie. Did you sleep well? I mean, she has been thinking things over, to be fair. I have to admit, I didn't get much sleep with you being here. I know it stirred up some stuff for me, too. And you must have guessed I haven't traveled 300 miles just to play mailman. I figure your arrival might have an ulterior motive. I think you know exactly why I'm here. So I'm going to ask you straight out. What do you think, Daphne? Tell me, should we try to start over together? Oh man, that's a tough one, bro. They both went through trauma, but they loved each other so much. Mm, unsure. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I need to think about it. Okay? I understand. For me, it's very clear. To my astonishment, his face relaxes all at once. He grins at me and changes the subject. So, seriously, what have you been doing here all this time? I tell him about my life and everything that's happened since I arrived. The Bortines, the Maltaires, the tower with no entrance, and all the crazy stuff. I mention now I'm a school teacher. I also tell him about Mom's letter. He's not sure what to make of it either. Right, well, I've got to say, your stories are very exciting, but also kind of worrying. Here's what I suggest. Whatever happens, I'm going to stick around here for a while. I don't have any contacts in the near future, and I can afford to give myself a couple of weeks off. After that, we'll see. If I can find work around here, I'll stay a few more months. It's not as if there's anyone waiting for me to come home, and it would give us time to think things over. Does it bother you if I stay in the castle for a week or two, just until I can find a room somewhere? I think he can stay. Let him stay. The fuck did I do? What's going on? Alright, sorry. Random shit was popping up on my other screen. Did you think I'd throw you out? Of course not. Of course you can stay for a few days till you get your bearings. Thanks. It's kind of you not to make me homeless. Don't thank me. It's the least I can do. So how do we do this? I don't want to get under your feet. There's no reason we'd be in each other's way. The house is plenty big enough for both of us. I was just thinking, I'd better tell the wardens you're here before I leave. We don't want Mr. Bertine, to shoot you like a rabbit if he sees you hanging around the house. That's very reassuring. Don't be silly. They're very nice. You'll see. I've really got to get going. Enjoy your day. You too. I try to put my thoughts in order as I drive to school. There's quite a lot to digest. The day flies by, fast as an arrow. With everything that's happened since yesterday, I'm having trouble keeping my mind on my work. When I get back to the castle, there's light and movement. Even if it's only temporary, I'm glad not to be alone for a while. It makes a nice change from the last few weeks of solitude. A fire crackles in the hearth, and delicious smells drift out of the kitchen. It's almost too perfect, and I have a hard time not taking advantage of Frank's kindness. He seems determined to see to my every needs. Still, he manages to keep out of my way. We eat our meals together, but otherwise we get on with our business in different parts of the house. As promised, about 10 days later, he tells me he's found a small furnished flat in the village, and he's moving in the next day. I'm sad to see him go, but I tell myself it's for the best. Days, then weeks go by, and I slip back into my routine of the school, the village, and the house. I'm walking in the forest. The leaves have begun to redden, and the trees are clad in the bold colors of fall. It's getting late, but I'm too busy strolling along the path. I hadn't noticed, but night had begun to fall. I can see the castle at the end of the trail, but as I get closer, it seems to move away. I feel a presence behind me, something deeply evil, ominous, almost sickening. I begin to run. The house has disappeared completely, and I find myself in some kind of meadow. There's something in the middle, something that softly reflects the moonlight. As I get closer, I discover it's an oval pool filled with silvery liquid. What's up, Jonathan? Welcome in, my dude. The image reflected on the surface is me, but not me at the same time. The sensation of dissonance gets stronger as I draw nearer. I can make out my facial features, but something's changed. I'm barefoot, There's something different about my bearing, the way I carry myself. My hair is longer, it reaches the middle of my back. Most strange of all, it's pure white. When I look into my reflection, I seem so calm, so at peace. I reach toward the mirror surface, my fingers stretched out, and the reflection starts to tremble, as if it was resonating. When my finger touches the cold and strangely clammy surface, it shatters into 1,000 pieces. For a few moments, the darkness is absolute. I'm in some kind of garden. A heavy fog surrounds me. I'm moving toward a reddish light that pulls me toward it like a lighthouse in a muffled, turbid storm. I can make out a statue, a sort of human-sized sphinx carved in granite. There's something majestic yet profoundly sad in the hunched-up, impassive attitude of the creature. When I'm close enough to distinguish it, I realize the creature wears my face. I see my countenance reflected in hers like a mirror. Then her eyes come alive, and the imploring, helpless look seems to beg for mercy. I'm frozen in contemplation, my heart overflowing with sadness and awe. Once again, I feel the sickening presence like a warm breath on the back of my neck. I turn, struggling against the terror which invades me, and suddenly I'm falling endlessly. Darkness buries me. I wake up with a jolt. Chapter 3, October. I'm barefoot in the grass before me. The black mass of the forest seems to invite me. I feel a hand on my arm. Miss Burton. Miss? I heard a noise, so I came to check. Miss Burton is standing next to me, looking concerned. What am I doing here? What happened? A bad dream, miss. Just a bad dream. Come on, let's get you back to bed. It's the forest, right? The Sphinx calling me. Miss Burton guides me back to my bedroom. I fall into a dreamless slumber. When I awake again, the sun is well up in the sky. I'm surprised to see Miss Burton still here, asleep in the chair on the other side of the room. She's sleeping so peacefully I almost feel guilty waking her up. Miss Burton? Oh, hello, Miss Daphne. I'm sorry. I must have dropped off. What are you doing here? Oh, you don't remember? You gave us quite a fright last night. My Gerard heard you go out. He heard a noise and went to check what it was. When he saw it was you, he woke me up so I could take you back to bed. We're used to it, anyway. It used to happen to Madame, your grandmother, quite often. Once or twice a month we'd find her wandering the garden, and we'd have to put her back to bed. It must be the moon. The moon? Well, yes. She always did it when the moon was full. You know what they say, don't you, about the full moon? Yes, you must be right. You must be right. Ah, well, the full moon always brings something with it. You have to be aware of full moon dreams. Actually, I had a strange dream last night. It's funny you should mention it. I did have a strange dream, actually. I was in the forest. Then there was a mirror and a sphinx. A sphinx, you say? Did you know what part of your family's coat of arms? Maybe you saw it there. Oh, perhaps. Wait, the coat of arms? Yes, that's right. The blazon of the Delators. You should have a look. It's carved into the tower wall. A blazon on the tower and a sphinx. A bit like that one from the pyramids. I'll take a look when I get a chance. Thank you. You're right, maybe I did see it there. Well, miss, if you don't need me anymore, I'll get back to the lodge. Gerard must be waiting for me to fix his lunch. Yes, of course. Off you go. I know how to look after myself. In that case, you have a good day, miss. And if you need anything at all, just let me know. Miss Burton goes, leaving me alone with my questions. I'm telling myself that this might be the moment to call Dr. Durant. He said I could call him if I felt the need, and I'm afraid that time has come. I'm not sure he can do anything for me, but you never know. I pick up the phone and dial his number. Hello? Dr. Durant, it's Daphne Delatour. Ah, hello, Daphne. Why are you calling? Well, you told me I could call. True. But you haven't been in touch since August, and now you're calling me on a Sunday morning. I'm guessing it must be important. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I can call you back tomorrow if you prefer. No, you were right to call me. That's precisely why I gave you this number. And I'll be more tuned in now than I would be between patients tomorrow. I quickly run through everything that's happened since I arrived. I end with the recurring dream and what happened last night. Listen, Daphne, I understand why you've called me, but there's no cause for alarm. There's no proven treatment for somnambulism, and everything suggests that it's an isolated crisis, certainly due to your new environment. But you must have an explanation for the dream, don't you? Well, from that, we can look into psychoanalysis. Tell me, how would you interpret it? I must be disturbed by all these changes. It felt like a premonition. I don't know. The dream, it was really strange. It almost felt like a premonition. You're entitled to your beliefs, Daphne, but let me remind you that you are in charge of your own destiny. Don't forget that. Even if this dream was indeed a premonition, as you say, don't be trapped by the idea that your fate can't be changed. Yes, you're right. Most of all, don't push yourself too hard. Take some time to think things over. You've been through a lot of changes. When you get your bearings, everything will be fine. You'll see. Thank you, Doctor. You told me your ex-partner had paid you a visit. How do you see things there? I should give him a chance. I wonder if I wasn't wrong to throw away what we had. Surely our relationship deserves a chance. Thinking things through before rushing into them is important, but don't hesitate too much. You've got a chance to pick up the pieces, as they say. Frank seems to have made it very clear, and you must know he didn't come all this way just to say hello. Anyway, if you want to make it work, you'd better go get on with it soon, because that chance might be smaller than you think. Very well, Doctor. So, you mentioned a young man, a Stanislaw? I'm just going to call him Stan. Is that right? Uh, may have mentioned him. Yes, but I really don't know what to think of him. On the other hand, he was intolerably rude. But on the other, I do find the Maltese quite intriguing. I'm just trying to point out that Frank isn't the only alternative. Maybe you're more open to new opportunities than you care to admit. I'm sorry. There has been absolutely zero inclination to anything romantic between those two. What are you talking about, Gabe? Me and Stan? That seems a bit far-fetched, Doctor. Exactly, thank you. I'm only reacting to what you told me. But if you'll allow me, I'd advise you not to rely on Frank being the solution to everything. And if you want your relationship to work, you need to make sure of your own well-being first. One last thing before we get back to our own regular Sundays. Yes? How do you feel about your new job? Um, I like it. I know I wasn't sure about it when I left, but believe it or not, I love my new job. It was perfectly normal to be anxious in your situation. I was sure you would enjoy it. You were right. Teaching is really fulfilling. It's so satisfying to enable those young brains to get a grip on complex ideas. I'm glad to hear it. Hang on to that positive element. It will help you get through the trials life throws at you. All right, Daphne. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'm glad to hear that you're more at peace. No matter what, I don't think you've got any need to worry. It's perfectly normal to doubt yourself and to need time to get your bearings. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you say that. As for your sleepwalking episode, be alert, but don't be alarmed. You told me about the wardens living nearby. Perhaps you could ask them to be on their guard just in case it happens again. Call me if you do ever feel yourself getting overwhelmed, and if needed, I'll refer you to a colleague in your area. Okay. Oh, and unless it's an emergency, do try to check the day of the week before you jump on the phone next time. Yes, of course, Doctor. I'll try to limit my sleepwalking to weekdays from now on. All right. Well, say no more about it. Have a good Sunday. Thank you. You too. As I'm recovering from my nightly lolling on the sofa with a good book and a cup of tea, I hear someone knocking. I'm surprised to find Frank beaming at me on the porch and holding a bunch of flowers. Oh, that's so cute. Carnations, your favorite. When I saw them at the market, I thought of you right away. He hands me the flowers as he steps inside. How about a coffee? Sure. So, how are things going? Do you like the village? He follows me to the kitchen. I put the flowers in the vase and turn on the coffee machine. Well, I'm doing all right. I've got a couple of jobs, including some big roof repairs. What's great around here is that people are so easy to work with. They're not constantly asking me to justify my decisions. And they don't have harebrained notions about how I should do my job. And you? How are you doing? We chat for a while. In passing, I tell him about my eventful night. I still kind of enjoy his company. 1 hour and 2 coffees later, Frank finally decides to get to the point. You told me about your tower with no door. Do you remember? I've got to admit, I was pretty intrigued. Would you mind if I took a look? Not at all. Help yourself. I'm as intrigued as you are. I'm wondering what might be inside. In that case, I'll investigate and report back to you. Do you want me to check around for an old pipe? I think you ought to be properly equipped, don't you, Sherlock Holmes? Very funny. I'm sure I can resolve the mystery of the yellow room. Frank goes off to do his stuff, and I get back to my blanket and my thriller. He reappears late in the afternoon, his coat covered with dust and his shoes covered in mud. So, from the look on your face, I'm guessing it wasn't elementary, my dear Watson. Nope, I have to admit defeat. So, what is your conclusion? That there must be an entrance somewhere, but I couldn't find it. I tried to get in by the wall with the ladder, but the arrow slits are too narrow and too deep. I can't see anything inside, let alone get in unless I blow up the wall. Miss Burton caught me doing my acrobatic act, so I took a chance to ask her a few questions. Apparently, she's got no idea what's inside either. I told you so. Well, when I suggested getting in by the roof, she immediately advised against it. Apparently, the roof hides another older stone ceiling. No way in that way either. And thinking about that kind of scaffolding, I'd need to get up there. I think I'd take her word for it. Well, at least she tried. Sure. Well, I'd better go. I've got a big day tomorrow. Thanks for the coffee. You're welcome. See you later. See ya. Invite him in. I didn't dream that night. Monday was particularly tiresome. I don't know if the students are conspiring to wind me up or if it's just that I'm not completely over my disturbing weekend. Both. From a former teacher, both. It's both. To top it off, as I head to the school gates, I see Miss Levesque glaring balefully at me as she waits for her son. I suppose she'll leap on the chance to give me an earful. After my long day, it's tempting to try to dodge her, even if it's not very professional. As I'm weighing up the pros and cons, I realize she's already striding towards me. What should I do? Let her come. Let her talk to me. I'm bracing myself for an unpleasant 15 minutes when I feel a hand on my arm. Stanislaus Maltier. Ah, Miss Delatour. I'm in luck. I just wanted a word with you. It's Stan, holding a young child by the hand. Miss Levesque immediately turns on her heels and goes back outside the gates. Pierre Yves Maltier. Uncle Stan? Who's this lady? Well, Pierre, this young lady is Daphne Delatour. She lives at the castle. At the witch's castle? You're not a witch, are you, miss? Do excuse him. As you can tell, he's not afraid to speak his mind. He adds with a wink. He takes after his uncle, I suppose. I crouch down to the child's height. Perhaps I'm a nice witch. Since I live at the witch's castle, I must be a witch, right? He hides behind his uncle's leg, intimidated. Yes. In that case, I must definitely be one, but perhaps I'm the nice kind of witch. Don't you think? Do they exist, Uncle Stan? Nice witches? Of course they do. Miss Delator is a teacher at the middle school. She knows what she's talking about. I stand up and notice Stan is putting out his hand. I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Stanislaus Maltier. Let my friends call me Stan. I've been calling you Stan anyway, my dude. I'm not your friend, but I've been calling you Stan anyway. Don't worry about it. Daphne Delator, but it seems you already know that. Of course, you must have noticed how fast news spreads around here, Daphne. May I call you Daphne? When my father discovered something was going on at the castle, he had to know what was happening. I hope you'll excuse him. The poor man's obsessed with the Delators. But don't let that put you off. The rest of the family isn't cut from the same cloth. Mm-hmm. We must have a coffee together one of these days to get to know each other. I'm sure we'll have a bit in common. Before I have a chance to answer, he adds, by the way, did you receive your invitation to the cocktail party? Wait, what cocktail party? Cocktail party? I do hope you'll come. My father always makes me attend, but it's atrociously stuffy. Uncle Stan, can we go for my snack? Yes, Pierre, in a minute. Well, Junior wants a snack. We better go. Say goodbye to Daphne, Pierre. Hey, my name's Pierre Yavs, not Junior. The child takes my hand. Will you come with us, Auntie Daphne? Bro. Did the doctor bring some kind of weird juju into the universe? I don't know, bro. I don't know what's happening. This man went from being a douche canoe in the line of a bakery to all of a sudden trying to rizz up the new teacher in town. Also, don't like how Pierre's already calling us auntie. I think he might have adopted you. I mean, kids do that, to be fair. Like, I like this person. They're my person now. Auntie Daphne has things to do. She can't come with us this time. Come on, let's go home. You're driving. For real? No, of course not. Daphne, it was lovely to meet you. See you soon. Within a few moments, Stan and Junior have disappeared in a sports car, and I'm left speechless on the sidewalk, trying to sort out what just happened. That's what I'm trying to figure out, girl. I don't know what just happened either. When I get back to the house, I discover I have mail. An elegant square envelope containing an invitation to a cocktail party. I guess that's what Stan was talking about. It looks like I've been invited to the reopening of the town hall gardens that have just been renovated. I bet all the cream of local society will be there, so it could be an excellent opportunity to learn more about the Maltiers. I could ask Frank to come with me, but I know this kind of social event isn't really his cup of tea. On the other hand, going on my own, I don't like Stan. I don't like Stan. Frank. I pick up the phone and ask Frank to come with me. Frank is very happy to hear from me. I don't need to persuade him very hard to convince him to come. D-Day arrives fast. As I start to prepare for the evening, I'm confronted with a quandary. I can deduce from the elegance of the invitation card that proper attire is required, so I guess it's not a jeans and shirt kind of do. I don't own anything remotely appropriate for this kind of occasion, but after rummaging through the wardrobe of my mother's rooms, I find two dresses that might be suitable. I can't choose. On one hand, there's a long empire line dress. I suspect that it was more of my grandmother's taste and criteria of elegance. To be honest, I can't imagine my mother wearing this by choice. It's pale blue, a color that genuinely suits my complexion. The other option is a black strapless dress, short and tight-fitting. I can totally see my mother wearing this. It's exactly the kind of thing she would have worn for nights out. Unlike the blue one, it leaves very little to the imagination between the bare shoulders and the length, or rather lack thereof, of the skirt. Which one should I choose? Why do I feel like this one's a choice between mother and grandmother here? Blue. I gotta go with the blue dress, man. It's more elegant. Might be a bit overdressed, but I think this is the most sensible option. Confirm your choice. Now that I've dealt with the dress, I just need to sort out my hair. I pin it into an elegant updo, add a touch of makeup, and I'm ready to leave. I have time to finish getting ready when I hear the braying horn of Frank's van. I climb in. A few minutes later, we're there. The town hall gardens are magnificent, with the trees robed in flaming colors of fall. There are already a lot of people gathered in small groups, glasses of wine in hand. I'm glad Frank came. Having him next to me helps me find the courage to confront the crowd gathered here. The guests are all dressed up to the nines, and the event looks more like a lavish wedding than a gathering in a small country village. The Maltiers clearly didn't balk at the expenses. Frank barely has time to get us a glass of champagne from the buffet before I'm approached by a large man in a black suit. He's closely followed by a tall and haughty brown woman. It's reasonable to assume she's his wife. Yes, Martier. Ah, good evening, young lady. You must be the castle's new owner. I'm glad you came to our little party. I must confess, I've been eager to learn a bit more about you. I see. You didn't come alone. Good evening, sir. Yes, Maltier. Frank Duval. Pleased to meet you. Like the singer? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Pleased to meet you. Let me introduce you to my wife, Clotilde Maltier. Good evening, Miss Delatour. Daphne, pleased to meet you. Her icy handshake contrasts sharply with her husband's bonhomie. I can read a mix of contempt and distaste in her eyes. Odd. It looks like my daughter, Celine, has been ambushed by Mr. Morey. He waves his hand towards a pretty young blonde woman across the path. She's leaning down to an old man in a wheelchair who's caught her by the wrist and seems determined to hang on to her as long as decency allows. As for my son, I believe you've already met him. Yes, I have. Well, now that we've done with the introductions, let me get to the point. I must tell you, my invitation wasn't without an ulterior motive. As you see for yourself later, during the opening ceremony, we're very concerned about the preservation of our cultural heritage here in the village. And as you may have heard, our relations with your grandmother were, how do I put it, strained? Let him continue. Because she's wanting to know more, right? Yes, I have heard that. I imagine your maintenance costs at the castle must be quite significant if you were to agree to open it up to visitors a few times a year. The town council may be able to help you out with some of those expenses. Thanks, but no. Look, I'm not comfortable with the idea of opening up my home to strangers. I understand your objections, but I assure you your private life will be preserved. The most interesting part of the building is the tower. We could certainly think about opening only that part to the public. But something tells me that you're going to take some persuading. I do hope that whatever may have happened in the past between the Maltiers and the Delatours, it won't be an obstacle to our possible collaboration. Anyway, let me assure you that I have the very best intentions, and I hope with all of my heart that your move here will signal a new cordiality between our families. Well, what did happen between our families? Can you tell me what happened exactly between our families? Oh, sorry, I'm having a fight with my boom arm. Give me a mo. Okay. My microphone, my words. My microphone was giving me issues. Sorry about that. This village is a hornet's nest, and the smallest trifles can take an enormous proportion. My grandfather had a grudge against the Delatours when I was born, and I'm not even sure he knew the origins of the quarrel. Mm. Then how do you explain my mother leaving? I'd guess you're about the same age, and I really don't see her leaving the area just because of a trifle. Daphne, it's been 30 years. That's a lot of water under the bridge. Then tell me the truth. What really happened? Rehashing the past would only add fuel to the fire. Trust me. You'll have to excuse me, but it's getting late, and I need to prepare for the unveiling. Have a nice evening. He's hiding something, and I don't like it. Disappeared into the crowd. I don't know. But now I know who the other members of the family are, I'll be able to question them directly. Celine is still dealing with the old man, and Clotilde, her mother, has taken advantage of her husband's departure to move over to the buffet. I could also ask Frank what he thinks of all of this. What should I do? I think we need to rescue Celine, to be fair. Or Celine probably needs a rescue from the old man. When she sees me approaching, Celine seizes her chance and manages finally to extract herself from Mr. Maury's clutches. For an instant, her eyes are full of gratitude and relief. Then she comes towards me with a large smile. You must be Daphne Deladour. I'm Celine Maltier, Stan's older sister. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine. I was looking forward to meeting you. Stan told me you were delightful. I saw him with your son. Yes, indeed. He was picking your son up at the end of the school day. Ah, so you met my little treasure. I hope he was behaving himself. He's been a bit of a handful since his father passed away. It's not always easy. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you. It's kind of you to say that. It's been hard, but it's starting to get easier, one day at a time. And Stan's been fantastic. He kept me afloat during the hard times after the accident, and he's taken such good care of his little nephew. Actually, he's told me a lot about you. Really? He told you about me? He did, and I want to apologize for his behavior. I know what he can be like around women. He probably won't like me telling you this, but I think you made quite an impression on him. He's barking up the wrong tree. I'm afraid he's barking up the wrong tree. I'm sorry, but my heart's already taken. But of course, I'm telling you all this when I saw you arrive with your partner. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that. It's a big sister thing. I can't help myself. You know, he's never been lucky in love, and I don't know why, but I felt like it could have worked out with you. She bursts out laughing. But enough about my brother. Tell me about yourself. What do you do for a living? How do you like it here in the village? We talked for a good 20 minutes. Celine seemed kind and outgoing, but I can't decide if she's not all just a front. And her attention seems to wander quite often until, without notice, she disappears into the town hall, leaving me hanging. Interesting. Should I do next? I'm assuming I'm going to do all three. So we'll talk to them before going to Frank. Clothiel is chatting with a group of smartly dressed people. A vague smile plays on her lips. Her face is hard to read. She was reluctant to attend the function, or is she distant, haughty attitude part of her natural personality? Seeing me approach, she apologizes to her guests and takes me aside. Miss Maltier. Listen, girl, I'm talking to Zacharin and his wife. If you've been raised with such a lack of basic good manners, well, I hope you'll excuse my bluntness, but I'm afraid I have neither the time nor the inclination to teach you otherwise. So if you don't mind, I'll go back to my guests, and you, I don't know, enjoy the buffet, maybe? I wish you a good evening. Just let her go. She's a bitch. I'm dumbstruck as Clothiel turns away and returns to her conversation. I hadn't imagined she would be so hostile towards me. There's a ripple in the crowd. The guests are gathering around the platform. I suppose the unveiling ceremony is about to begin. Someone is walking against the current, pushing through the crowd in my direction. Frank. Daphne? Oh, it's Stan. Stan carrying a glass of wine and looking rather drunk. You came. Great. Are you okay? You alright? Something tells me you had a bit too much to drink, haven't you? Too much? Nah, just a small anesthetic to get through the old man's speech. Come with me. Your sister must be around here somewhere. I turned my back to him, looking for Celine, who should know what to do with her brother in this situation. I barely have time to around when Stan twirls me back, pulling me against him. I look into his eyes and I understand perfectly well what's about to happen. I'm trying to hold him back, but exhaling wine fumes in my face, his mouth pressed down on mine. Luckily, I'm saved by a rasping voice that stops Stan in his tracks. Beatrice Levesque. Oh, isn't it enough for you to corrupt our youth? Beatrice stands next to us, glaring at me. Calm down, Miss Levesque. I was just leaving. If you'd just... Oh. Beatrice doesn't let me finish my sentence, but throws the contents of her glass of red wine in my face. That's for you, you filthy! Surprised by the attack, I step backwards and stumble. I feel a sharp pain in my left hand. I feel my cheeks flushing. A ball of heat seems to blaze inside my chest. Filthy what? Filthy witch? Is that what you wanted to say? Stan helps me up. I feel something warm dripping down my finger and realize I must have cut my hand when I fell. See, and now I'm injured. Are you happy? Oh no. Since I'm a filthy witch, I curse you. You'll pay for what you've done to me tonight. Is that what you wanted? Are you satisfied? If I'm a sorceress and you say you not want my powers to good use... Daphne, your hand. Blood has been drawn. Careful what you're about to... With perverse satisfaction, I watch Miss Levesque turn white as a sheet. I hold her gaze until she lowers her hand and turns away. Stan puts his hand on my shoulder and shakes me gently. Daphne? Daphne, do you realize what... I cut him off, exasperated. Oh, enough now. Leave me alone. I stride to the bathroom to clean my wound, wipe the wine from my face, and most of all, try to calm down. A few yards away, I see Frank, dumbstruck, the keys to the van in his hand. He must have witnessed the whole thing, but he knows me well enough not to try to prevent me from leaving. In the distance, on the platform, Yev's Maltier has taken the microphone and is about to speak. My dear friends, neighbors, and fellow citizens, we've come together to celebrate the start of the fall season. As you know, by tradition, this time of the year is dedicated to reflection and remembrance. It's a time when we think of those dear to us and have moved on, who wait for us on the other side. But it's also about time of offering, when we pray that nature and her invisible entities bring us a mild winter. That's what our craftsmen have worked so hard all summer in preparation for the celebration, so that today we could present to you the fruit of our efforts. As we leave summer behind us to enter winter, this time of offering, as I said, seems like the ideal moment to renew our pact with our protectors. Those invisible forces who have allowed our traditions to survive centuries after century, not to disappear at the whim of invasion and external influences, and who bring us good fortune, happiness, and prosperity every year. So I'm proud to present you this physical representation of our pact, the statue symbol of our community that was worn down by years of weather has now been remade by the masterful hands of our exceptional local craftsmen. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the Sphinx. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. I'm always kind of iffy about my own voice. I don't like hearing it. But it's nice to know that you guys like listening to it. You know what I mean? I mean, it's really good since I'm streaming and talking is a thing that I need to do. November. John Chestnut. She was transferred to intensive care last night, and she died this morning. Oh, stretch. Oh. Oh. Okay. I did the stretch. We'll drink the tea. Okay. The doctors did all they could, but they said her chances of survival are very slim. How did I get here? We're already well into November, yet I feel as though the cocktail party happened just yesterday. When Yves Maltier unveiled the statue of the Sphinx that looked exactly like the one I saw in my dreams, it was as though I was struck by lightning. There, in front of me, was the confirmation of the intuition that's clung to me since I've arrived here at the village. The feeling that there was something, somewhere, that could give meaning to all this. Something that I grasped at, but which slipped between my fingers like a trickle of water. I've decided to consider it as a strength I could tap into, rather than a bottomless existential abyss. And this belief spreads into something else, something better that guides me, helps me through the everyday trials of life. Frank went back to the city 3 days ago. He has to supervise some work there. He told me he'd be away until the end of the month at least. I was glad that he came and told me. After the cocktail party, after Stan, I was afraid he'd be mad at me. But he had the decency not to bring it up. This long absence, though, is he perhaps thinking of leaving the village for good? And then Stan tried to call me. Or rather, my voicemail has been completely deluged with his messages. He begged me to pick up the phone, that we had to talk. I didn't dare answer. I don't know what would happen if I gave him a chance. Miss Delator, are you all right? You look upset. What happened exactly? How did she get in the accident? Here's what her sister told me. Beatrice Levesque took the cliff road to pick up her son, Jean-Baptiste, after his soccer game. The car seemed to have skidded on a patch of ice. It's terrible. When I think of her son, yes, as his class teacher, I count on you to be...
I need you to let me touch it. Touch it? I have to do it very gingerly.
What are we touching? What are we talking about? That's one hell of an introduction there, Ezra. Welcome in. What's up, Nero? What's up? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, God, what the hell, man? His name is Nee, with Grow at the end. Oh, hell. It's going. Got some job interviews lined up, which is great. Nice. That's always awesome, man. Good luck. Hope it does well. Keep me updated, by the way. Also, Jesus Christ. Scared the crap out of me. Jean Baptiste is going to need our support to get through this. Also, I'm sorry to talk about it under these circumstances, but I did want to see you anyway. I know you're only here as a substitute, but we're very happy with your work so far. As you might have heard, Mr. Galvin is retiring next year. If you're interested, his spot could be yours. Well, I might have to pull out all the stops with the Academy to convince them we have to keep you during the transition period. That's why I wanted to make sure that you're interested in a permanent job here at the school. I would like that, yeah. I'd be delighted. To be honest, I wasn't completely sure teaching was for me, but with this opportunity, my mind's made up. I promise I'll do my best not to disappoint you, Mr. Chestnut. Excellent. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Miss Delatour, I can't guarantee you Miss Galvin's post, but I'll do my very best to keep you with us. As for you, don't change a thing, and we'll talk soon. Thank you so much, Mr. Chestnut. Sucks that it's only been for non-remote work so far. I stay at my current job, an option, but it's seasonal, so oh yeah. Man, I don't know, bro. Having to go from being remote to having to go in and do like, oh, dealing with people, that sucks. How long have I been? I mean, today? Or like just in general, how long have I been streaming? Because today I've been going on for about an hour and a half. No, 2.5 hours. Not my bad. 2.5 hours. My pleasure. Well, we've been over what I wanted to discuss, but may I ask you something a little personal? Sure. I'm listening. Stop me if I'm wrong, but how can I put this? There's talk in the village. I know you had words with Miss Levac at the cocktail party. Did you by any chance? I don't know quite how to put it. Well, let me just come straight out with, did you by chance, and reiterate the by chance, have any responsibility for Miss Levesque's accident? Absolutely not. Mr. Chestnut, I understand that the people of the village may harbor some romantic notions about my family, but you, of all people, I didn't know you shared those beliefs. If you're concerned about the influence of the superstitions on my efficiency as a teacher, Let me put your mind at ease. I'm a woman of science. I don't give any credence to these beliefs, and I assure you that my teaching is no way impacted. There was no question. In that case, I don't see why we're talking about this. Is there anything else? Well, no, there isn't. Then let me wish you a very good day, sir, Miss Delator. Hmm. As if today hadn't been emotional enough, when I got to the castle, I discovered a sports car parked in front of my house. Of course, I've already guessed the identity of the owner. Did you just let yourself into my house, sir? Walking into the hall, I find Stan has let himself in and is sipping a glass of whiskey as he pursues my family portraits. My heart beats a little harder on seeing him here in my living room. I feel a bit foolish, and I try to get myself together before I speak to him. I would have offered you a drink, but it looks like you've already taken the matter into your own hands. It was open, so I let myself in. And I'm not sorry, since you've kept me on the tenterhooks for some time. I'm already on my second refill. I thought school teachers finished work much earlier, don't they? I was held up. Daphne, we need to talk. I don't want to talk to you. I'm not answering your repeated calls weren't clear enough. Then let me be blunt. I don't want to see you. Okay, I guess my intentions toward you are crystal clear, but I didn't come for. Well, to be honest, I didn't only come for that. Let me have half an hour of your time. After that's happened, I had to warn you. You need to know about our families, the village, and everything else. All right, say what you have to say. Stan takes a breath and begins. Of course, there's my father. He projects his projects in the old quarrel with the Delators and his sick obsession with the tower. But when I heard about Beatrice Levesque, that's when I realized the situation was urgent. When I watched you do what you did at the cocktail party, I remembered everything I heard since I was a child, all those unbelievable stories of witchcraft. I've never had any real proof that any of it was true, but when I heard she was dead, well, it's been haunting me all day. I had to tell you. I have to know, so I'm just going to lay it on the line. Did you know what you were doing back there? I didn't know what I was doing. I don't know what to think. Since I came here, I felt things between the strange dreams, the castle, and everything I've heard about my family. Yes, I wanted to believe, but now, if the stories are true, then that makes me a murderer. Come on. When Miss Levesque attacked me at the cocktail party, I lost it. I admit that. You can't imagine how guilty I feel. The poor woman, she didn't deserve that. I'm overwhelmed by emotion. I realize I've been holding my tears back since the director broke the news to me. I burst into tears, and Stan takes me in his arms. I let him. I'm torn by conflicting emotions. I think of Frank. He should be the one comforting me. I shouldn't let myself go like this, but strangely, I trust Stan. Maybe I judged him a bit too hastily. A few minutes later, I tumultuously blink away the tears. When he's sure most of the storm is behind us, Dan gently lets go of me and looks me straight in the eye while holding me by the shoulders. Please forgive me. I've been terribly inconsiderate. Of course you couldn't have known what would happen. I keep forgetting you're not from here. And besides, no one's told you what's happening in the village. So please, I beg you, don't feel guilty. It's us, the Maltese, the others around here who should feel guilty for not warning you. Something else to tell me? I'm afraid I do. My father made you an offer at the cocktail party, didn't he? Well, yes. About the tower, right? He wants to gain access to it, if I understand correctly. Exactly. If he hasn't come to see you yet, it's because he's building his case for the town council. He's got Celine on it, and he's got her working day in, day out. Poor Celine. He wants everything settled before he tells you his plans. What can he really do to me? The house is legally mine. He can't throw me out just like that for no reason. Maybe, but I assure you it's no joke. Whatever happens, you mustn't accept it. Why do you want me to refuse so much? I know, Yevs. Like it or not, I've been dealing with him since I was born. He's a shark, and considering how much he resents the Delators, I can assure you that whatever he proposes to you will serve his own interests. But more importantly, it will harm yours. What's inside the tower? What's so special inside the tower? According to legend, the tower has been built on some kind of magical vortex. I feel a bit silly saying this. Maybe a little, but don't let that stop you. The Delators have always been an influential family in the area. Your family has kept to the traditions despite the law and the name Delator of the tower. Goes from mother to daughter, and the eldest daughter has always been the spiritual guide of the community, a kind of Celtic grand priestess, if you see what I mean. Since, well, Christianity never really got very popular around here, as you probably noticed. The story goes that your ancestor, the Grand Priestess, had a dispute with my ancestor, and my family had no choice but to curse yours to save their honor. Since that time, the Maltese have accumulated wealth and prospered, while the Delators have declined. Well, fair enough, but all that happened a long time ago, why keep such an old quarrel alive? Not only did I do nothing to harm your family, but it looks to me like the Maltese already have the upper hand, don't they? That's where the tower comes in. All right, night, my dude. I usually start around 8:30 a.m. EST. So, eh, whatever your time is right now, subtract 2.5 hours from it. That's usually when I start streaming again, my dude. As I understand it, there's blessings have a price, and my father wants to get into it to lift the curse that takes its toll on my family too. And the tower is the key to lifting the curse. But I can't let Yevs get inside because he may want to harm me. Exactly. It may sound stupid, but I have to ask, do you know where the entrance of the tower is? No, but everyone in the village knows that it was condemned after the events that tore both our families apart. So, why didn't anyone tell me? Don't judge the villagers too harshly. They're naturally suspicious, especially when it comes to us. Should I brace myself for more revelations, or is this it? I guess I've told you most of it, the crux of the matter anyway, but you must have 1,000 questions. Uh, Tell me more about the family. Your family, I'm curious. Can you tell me more about them? I think you've already grasped the nuts and bolts. First, there's my parents, Yevs and Clothild. Our relationship's been distant since I've been old enough to understand how they think. What do you mean? Mm, How can I sum it up? The Maltier method? I would say manipulation and extortion under the cover of good breeding. And if that doesn't work, then they throw money in the general direction of the problem until it's good enough to disappear. Charming. But I'm asking myself, why would they stay in the village? I mean, with so much wealth, they could live anywhere, couldn't they? Alright, my dude. You mean somewhere less remote? You're not wrong, but they don't forget. They're very attached to the area with their beliefs. They're much too afraid of losing their advantages if they leave, I guess. But everything I tell you is only speculation. Yevs had decided I wasn't fit to be the number 1 heir long before I was old enough for him to tell me any of their little secrets. And you? Haven't you ever thought about leaving? Of course I have, but Celine and her son are stuck here, and I couldn't bring myself to leave them alone in the belly of the beast. Sure, that makes sense. Besides, I strongly suspect my father is, to some degree, responsible for the deaths of Celine's husband. A good accidental death, just the way he likes, whether it's supernatural or not. After all, seeing as his own son wasn't up to the task, he needed an heir to pass his fine values on to, right? But that's awful. Hmm. Welcome to my world. Of course, I'm doing my best to protect Pierre from all of this, but I'm afraid I'm fighting a losing battle. He adores his grandfather, of course, and with good reason. He can be a very charming guy when he wants to be. As for Celine, she's always been kept out of it. She's always been the perfect daughter, and my parents, with their traditional values, didn't have many ambitions for her. I think all they wanted was for their daughter was a good marriage that would preferably help the family affairs. Stops talking, his eyes far away. I'm lost for words. Finally, he breaks the silence before it becomes awkward. Well, that's it. Now you know everything. More about your father's plans. Tell me more about your father's plans. As I told you, he wants to get inside the tower, and I'm afraid he'll stop at nothing to do it. If I know him, he'll certainly try to win you over at first. He's currently building a case for the town council to open the tower to the public. In return, they would pay all the maintenance costs. It could be worth listening to his offer, don't you think? The cost to keep the castle afloat can't be sneezed at, and the money I got in the will isn't inexhaustible. I don't know how else to say it, and I don't have any proof except my own experience and the trust you may put in my words. But I assure you, To accept anything from my father would be a very bad idea. During your grandmother's time, he was resigned to not getting into the tower, but now things have changed and he wants to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm sure he'll come up with a very attractive financial deal, and he's counting on your supposed naivete to get what he wants. All right, let's say I refuse. What happens next? No, that depends. Depends on what? Depends on whether or not you believe in all this witchcraft stuff. It always comes back to that, doesn't it? Perhaps, but it is a very durable concept for most people who live here. And whatever your feelings about it, Yevs is still very real threats. You're not the first person to oppose him. But you've got a few cards up your sleeve that might make you the last. Tell me about you. I don't know why I'm starting to like this guy. Why am I starting to like Stan? He was such a douche canoe. Tell me about you. What's your life like? What do you want me to tell you? I don't know. What do you do with your days? Do you have any ambitions? I can feel him closing up like an oyster. Without meaning to, I guess I hit a sore spot. I'd like to be able to tell you I have an exciting and fulfilling life, but I'm afraid I'm just a lazy rich kid. I fail at everything I try. And it's not that I lack the capabilities, I just don't apply myself enough. Or at all. That's probably worse. Oh, come on. You're wrong. We barely know each other, and I'm already sure you're a good person. I talked to your sister at the cocktail party. She cares about you far more than you might think. She was singing your praises for the way that you take care of your nephew. You're a long way from being just a lazy rich kid. Thanks. It's nice of you to say so. And I guess you're right. Celine and Pierre are counting on me. I don't know what I'd do without them. And then I met you. I know it's a total cliche and kind of soppy, and I hope you're not going to make tracks. But I think that for once, I'd like to go a bit further than just fooling around. Oh man. Here's the thing. I don't know if we've possibly scared off Frank for good since we didn't talk to him at the party. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Oh shit, bro. I think I fucked it. I think I fucked it with Frank. Fine. We'll go with Stan. I He doesn't let me finish my sentence but throws himself at me and kisses me. Oh, that was fast. That escalated quickly. There's a melancholic sweetness in his kiss that I hadn't thought he was capable of. Thank you. To my surprise and my frustration, Strand releases me abruptly and sits down beside me. Well, there it is. That's my life. Broadly speaking. I don't do much with my time, to be honest. I don't know why I'm telling you all of this. I guess it's not as sexy as you thought. If you don't like it, It's never too late to change your mind, you know. Sure. Shall we talk about something else? Okay, I get it. I'll stop bugging you. I think we've covered everything. There's still something I want to talk to you about. I can see in his eyes what kind of subject we're about to discuss. But wouldn't I be putting my chances to reconnect with Frank in jeopardy by getting involved in that? Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this so much. It is. I'm also kind of afraid that this might lead into. I don't know if it'll lead into a scene that's not suitable for Twitch. I know what you're about to say. I thought I was clear. I'm sorry, but spare me the it's not you, it's me speech. I get it. You change your mind. You know where to find me. Yo, what's up, Swagger? Welcome in, my dude. Days go by, and still nothing from Yev's Maltaire. I must admit, finding out about his plans has left me in a state of permanent apprehension. I try not to worry about it. I mean, really, what's the risk? These stories of curses and witchcraft are totally unbelievable. Yes, Maltaire can't make my car fall off a cliff by putting needles through some kind of doll made in my image, right? But that doesn't mean he's harmless, and I'm eager to find out what he's up to. I've spoken to Frank on the phone a few times. He's helped me get my head straight, put everything into perspective. I must admit I miss him. He promised he would do his best to come back soon. He said he had news and that we'd have to talk when he gets back. Knowing him, I'm not sure if I would be worried or excited. Then there's the Boltines. I haven't seen them in a while. Sometimes I think of Celine Maltier. I'm not sure I've got her figured out, but I felt there was something going on when I met her in the cocktail party. Perhaps I could call her. Maybe we could see each other again. I'm sorry. Wait, is Celine a romantic option that we could go through? We gotta check on the Bortines, though. I hope they're okay. When I knock at the lodge door, Miss Bortine answers. Oh, hello, miss. What brings you here? It looks as though she's put her knitting aside to greet me, next to the fire in an armchair. I make out a silhouette of a Mr. Bortine. He looks at me over his newspaper, the local news, and puffs on a pipe as I enter the room. He nods to me in greeting. I was just passing to see how you are. It's been a while since we saw each other. Yes, it has. Time flies. When my husband and I heard about Miss Levesque, we felt terrible for that poor woman. Smells like another Maltier trick, if you're asking me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We can't. We can't lie. Can we lie? We can't lie to the old lady. She's been so nice. But, like, I don't know. Oh, no, Belle. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm panicking. But it's not their fault this time. She was talking about Miss Levesque, who we cursed accidentally. And she said something about it seeing like a multi-air trick. And my options are it doesn't make sense or it's not the multi-air's fault this time. It's not their fault. Look, to be fair, we didn't know. We didn't know. Doesn't make sense. Why would the Maltiers want to get rid of a housewife? Do you mean that you knew her, miss? Well, I wouldn't exactly say I knew her. She was the mother of one of my students, and she had... How should I put it? Let's say she had a few opinions about the Delators. Miss Bertine turns white. But excuse me for putting this so bluntly, but did you curse the woman? Before I have time to answer, she continues. Without wanting to, miss, how could you have known? Did you hear that, Gerald? We should have warned her. Mr. Bertine lays his newspaper down on his knees and regards us with piercing gaze. Come on, Gilbert. You were saying just a couple days ago that those stories were nothing but stories. If I'd known... You must realize that what you're saying isn't real, Miss Bertine. Curses? You can't make people have a car accident just like that. With the power of the mind? I'm afraid you're wrong, miss. You don't know the village legends. So tell me about them. I get the feeling there are a lot of things I don't know about the village, my family, the Maltiers. Tell me what you know about the tower and the local legends. Do you want to know precisely? Oh, you told me the Sphinx was the Delator coat of arms. Why? Yes, that's right. You can see it on the family crest. I think it's linked to the story of your family. You can see the Sphinx symbol all over the village, and you are the descendant of the family whose job was to protect the tower and its contents. Come on, I'll show you. Miss Bertine puts her coat on. I follow her to the tower. She points out a shield with a coat of arms of the family carved in the outer wall. See? I can clearly make out a tower surrounded by two sphinxes. We return without speaking to the lodge. But this sphinx has nothing to do with Egypt. It looks more like one from Greek mythology, doesn't it? Like the sphinx that protected Thebes, the one who asked Oedipus the riddles, I suppose. Oh, well, miss, that I couldn't say. A few years ago, Gerard and I were watching a documentary about Egypt on TV, and we said to ourselves, that looks like the statue in the village. Do you remember, Gerard? Mr. Bertine mutters something unintelligible without glancing up from his newspaper. That's why what they say is that the region is magical. It used to be a place of pilgrimage in the old days. People came to be healed or to join the festivities of the passing of the seasons. I couldn't tell you why, but the legends say that your ancestors used to perform miracles. My ancestors, the Delators. Yes, the Delators, but this was way before they built the tower. I don't know what they were called back then. Also, your family had a duty to protect the village, and the place was magical. It attracted demons, and they were rituals to perform so that the source of power wasn't polluted by the evil spirits. When the Christians colonized the country, the region closed in on itself. The villagers built the tower over the source to keep it secret, and the village became a place of remembrance. I didn't know this period. It was long before I was born. It was my grandmother who told me the stories of before the Maltiers arrived. What do the Maltiers have to do with all of this? Began with Yve's grandfather, old Gustave Maltier. When he was a child, the Delators fostered him in the castle because he had a gift for miracles. He was an orphan from a family of marsh folk. To be fostered like that was very lucky for him, but apparently it wasn't enough. He wanted more. I knew him a little. He was already an old man, but he was a difficult character. I remember he used to give me the creeps when I was a little girl. Anyway, it's since then that the Maltiers began to amass their fortune. That's when the accidents started to happen. If anyone went against the Maltiers, something bad happened to them every time. And then the Delators began to wither away. In the end, there was only your grandmother left, and then you came. Why didn't you tell me all of this before? You came from the city. You didn't know anything about all of this. If we told you about spirits of the forest or magical sources, what would you have thought? And we thought it was just old stories. We weren't born in the time of miracles, and we don't know much anyway, my husband and I. Tell me what you know about this so-called curse. I can't tell you much about this, miss. The Delators were known to be miracle makers, but it's been a long time since anything like that has happened. It hasn't been in my lifetime, but the old days they used to say that your family had a gift. Can you tell me what happened to Miss Levesque? Maybe it will jog my memory. I tell her what happened. It must have been the words you said without realizing. The wound, that must have been what unleashed the spell. No way. I refuse to believe that uttering some words, any words, could have consequences of killing someone. Do you realize what you're suggesting? It's a shame your grandmother's no longer with us. She would have explained everything to you. I imagine she must have known a lot more about this. And yet I still think that maybe it's the Maltier trick. That would be pretty twisted, don't you think? Oh, well, nothing would surprise me with those lowlives. By the way, Gerard saw the Maltier boy in the yard the other day. Didn't you, Gerard? I hope he wasn't bothering you. Yes, he dropped in to see me. You should expect to see more of him. I think you've misjudged him. I don't think he's tarred with the same brush as his parents. It's not my place to tell you what you should do, miss, but I'd be careful of that man. Tell me more about Miss Levesque. You seem to know her. I wouldn't exactly say know her. Let's say she was the talk of the village some years back. Really? Why? Her husband was a brute, the type who drinks too much, if you see what I mean. There were several incidents. It went on for a few years. Beatrice Levesque would never have filed for divorce. And Yves Maltier was very supportive when her husband disappeared. Disappeared? Do you mean he died? No, well, I don't know. Just like that, he was never seen again. They say Yves Maltier drove him out of the village. Beatrice Levesque was sure it was thanks to the Maltiers, and as she worked at the town hall, well, it was best not to speak ill of Mr. Mayor when she was around. I see. That said, Yves did a good thing there, didn't he? That depends. No one really knows what happened to Levesque. And even so, one good deed does not redeem a lifetime of wrongs, does it? But that means her son, Jean Baptiste, is an orphan. Well, yes, but don't worry too much about him. His aunt took him in. You must know her. She's the wife of the fishmonger, you know, at the market. Night, John. Have a good one, dude. Have a good day at work tomorrow as well, my man. They're a good family. I'm sure they'll take good care of him as if they were his own. That's some consolation, at least. I have to go. Thanks for answering my questions. No, you're good, my dude. Don't apologize. I got you. But now you know everything. Well, Gerard, we told her everything, didn't we? Mr. Bertine puffs on his pipe, thinking, then nods in agreement. My wife and I were just the wardens. We were never in the know. Your grandmother, she could have told you, warned you. It's a lot to swallow. Everything you've told me is pretty hard to swallow. The curse, the magic source, the evil spirits. Whether you want it or not, it's your blood, miss. It's your inheritance. What should I do next? I'm gonna call Celine, honestly. When I call Celine, she's surprised to hear from me, but welcomes the idea of having coffee together. We meet up in the afternoon in a small tea room, a terrace that looks out to a tree-filled square. Celine is waiting for me, cup in hand, watching her son, who plays with the other children in the playground next to the terrace. The reason for the choice of this tea room is suddenly clear, considering the strategic location it represents for the young mothers of the village. But since my miscarriage, I avoid these types of places like the plague, as they tend to dredge up a stew of bad memories. I try to keep my face composed as I sit down with Celine. I guess I don't do a great job, since she asked me with a concerned face, Are you all right? Tell her what's wrong. Yes, sorry. This is kind of cafe with a playground. Reminds me of a time in my life that was difficult. Oh, yes, of course. What an idiot. I should have known. Seeing as you're a delator. What do you mean? Well, the delators always had childbearing issues. There's a hush. Sorry, that was inconsiderate. No, it's Nothing. It's me. I shouldn't let myself turn back to the page of my life so easily, and I'll never get past it. I'd rather not talk about it if you don't mind. Yes, of course, I understand perfectly. We chat for a while. The conversation is frequently interrupted by Pierre, who wants to show us a fascinating stone, to ask for a cookie or a recount of incredible adventures that just happened to him on the playground fort. It's Celine who's finally cuts to the chase, saying out of nowhere, "So now that we're through with the niceties, we can get to the real reason you called me, don't you think? I'm fairly sure Stan has told you about my father's plan, and you want to ferret out more information, don't you?" Our conversation suddenly becomes a minefield. I need to choose my next words carefully. Mm, she's not wrong. I didn't come for that, but since you're asking, I must admit I am curious to know more. Ah, I knew it. You Delators really are the same. But no, I knew it was too good to be true that you had to have a hidden agenda when you called. She stands up and glares down at me. Don't waste your time. You won't get anything out of me. She takes her son by the hand and leaves in a haste. As for me, I stay there dazed and slightly wounded by what's happened. Even if I've no real proof, something tells me that Celine's disproportionate reaction is a result of Yev's determination to undermine me. I pay the bill and go back to the castle. Well, fuck. Ah, fucked it. Should I do next? I guess we just wait, honestly. Days go by, then weeks, and Yves Maltier is conspicuous by his absence. I try to concentrate on my classes at school, but after all the revelations, my mind is often elsewhere. And then Frank is still away, and I must confess. Are you sure about that? Pretty sure. Pretty sure I fucked it. I'm not looking forward to breaking the news about Stan to him. I have to stay. I'm having some difficulty focusing on my work. And to top it all off, the principal told me I was going to be inspected by the local education authority, which adds to the general climate of anxiety. I'm in the forest. It's the same dream again, the one I had last month. I have a sense of deja vu about something has changed. I run to escape the presence that follows me. Once again, I reach the pool in the clearing. I draw closer to glimpse my reflection. It's a different image, as though something has changed. But at the same time, it's more precise, almost more real. My hair is short and blonde. I'm wearing a very fashionable outfit. I'm fascinated by the strangeness of this image, the complete opposite of how I look now. I've never worn my hair short, but I'm surprised to find myself thinking it's quite attractive. I touch the reflection, and after a moment of darkness, I'm back in the garden. When I come to the statue of the Sphinx, her gaze is different. She looks ahead, with defiance and determination. That's when everything changes. I'm driven by the strength and stability that seems to emanate from the statue. This time, I don't let myself fall into darkness. This time, I find the courage to turn around and confront the threat the Sphinx stares, her gaze immovable. That's when I see the beast for the first time. We watch each other for a second that seems to last forever. Then the beast hurls itself at me. It's at that moment, when its claws are poised to lacerate my belly, that I shudder awake. Chapter 5. December. I'm getting ready to go to the market when I hear a car roaming up the lane. I think immediately of Frank, who said he'd be back very soon and must be eager to see me. To my surprise, a large black sedan parks in the yard. When I see a large, gray-haired figure emerge from the driver's side, I realize it's Yves Maltier. To be honest, more than 1 month after the cocktail party, I'd given up waiting for him. He waves to me, goes around the car, takes a big file from his passenger seat, then walks to my direction. He brandishes the file like a trophy. Good morning, Daphne. As you can see, my daughter and I have been working very hard. You're wasting your time. Listen, Yves, you're wasting your time. I don't want my home open to strangers. Please, I insist. We've prepared a very attractive package for you, I promise. Get off my property. You're on private property. I'm going to ask you to leave, please. But let me at least get off my land. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Bortine walking up the lane, a rifle in his hand. Hello, Miss Daphne. Mr. Maltier. He stands at my side, gun in hand, as if ready to use it. Are you all right? I hope Mr. Maltier isn't bothering you. Listen, Gerard, I was just chatting with Daphne, with Miss Delatour. Would you mind giving us some privacy, please? Mr. Maltier was about to leave. We hear a car coming up the lane and direct our attention to the entrance of the yard. A small rental car drives in and parks near the front door. A tall, middle-aged woman climbs out of the car and walks towards us with an assured pace. Mom? I can see it's high time I got here. Looking at Yves Maltier, she says, Hello, Daphne. Gerard? Yes, madame. Please fire a warning shot, will you? Mr. Bertine looks at me, waiting for a confirmation. As I don't react, he complies and fires into the air. His smile gone, Yves watches my mother warily. Look, Sophie, be reasonable, would you? We haven't seen each other in 30 years. Do you really want... Completely ignoring Yves Maltier, my mom turns to Mr. Bortine. Gerard? Yes, madame. I authorize you to fire the second shot at Mr. Yves if he hasn't left the property within 30 seconds. Very well, madam. Then please take my luggage up to the yellow bedroom in the west wing. Of course, madam. Oh, and send Gilbert over, please. I'd like her to make us a coffee. I need to talk to my daughter. I follow Mom into the living room. A few seconds later, we hear tires squealing in the courtyard. The sound of engine fades into the distance. Did you get my letter? Yes, but in September. As you can see, I'd already accepted the inheritance. Ah. Why did you warn me? I don't understand. Why did you want to warn me? Are you kidding? I arrived here to find Yves Maltier in the courtroom, and you're asking me why I wanted to warn you. I came back as fast as I possibly could, but it seems it was already too late. What are you even doing in Asia? When you got your scholarship and your life was on track, I didn't want to worry about your future any longer. So, I decided to go back to school. I'd had enough of going from one crappy job to another, so I took a correspondence course on international trade. 3 years ago, I was hired as an investment bank. They offered me a promotion, but I had to move to Hong Kong. Since you'd cut your ties with me, I thought you were safe, at least safe from these family issues, so I agreed to go. I sent you the letter as soon as I heard your grandmother was dead. The family notary contacted me about it out of courtesy. But I wanted to take a leave of absence. I was working on a big deal, and my bosses insisted that I stay until we signed. Obviously, it took longer than I would have liked. Something doesn't add up. You were the direct heiress. You should have been the one to succeed, shouldn't you? Your grandmother made me sign a paper stipulating that I renounced the inheritance when I left the village. I thought it would protect you too, but I'm not a lawyer, and knowing your grandmother, she must have found a way to bend the law to her liking. Knowing her, she would have guessed it would have happened that way. You have to explain. Grandmother seems to have planned everything to make sure I got the house, but you're telling me I should have refused the inheritance? I know the village is a nest of vipers, with the Maltiers and the Delatour's reputation, but don't you think I had the right to know my origins? I don't think you grasped the gravity of the situation until now. Yves didn't know you existed. Now he knows who you are, and that changes everything. Tell me then, why did you cut me off from the rest of the family? Why did you put so much effort into keeping me in the dark? Fine. Listen to me carefully and be honest with me, can you? I nod in agreement. Have you been having strange dreams? Yes. I've been having a reoccurring dream, almost about a sphinx and a kind of creature. I knew it. But she cuts me off before I can continue. Have there been strange accidents since you've arrived here? I didn't do it on purpose. Yes, that's happened, but how could I have known that I was capable of that? It's worse than I thought. No one told me. She waves her hand at me impatiently at my excuses. Another thing, have you found the entrance to the tower? No, I haven't, and no one was able to tell me where it was. Good. What do you think is inside? I'd rather see for myself. I have some theories, but I'd rather see for myself. Ah, yes, I was forgetting your scientific mind. You need proof. I only trust what I see. And certainly that's your best defense against what's happening in the village. I hadn't noticed her entrance, but Miss Bortine is here with some coffee for us. Gilbert. Yes, madam. Tell Gerard to come to the basement. Very well, madam. Will that be all? I've played it before, but I do plan on playing it again at some point. Probably going to be one of my next story time with Kross, things I do. No, tell him to bring a pickaxe, please. I follow Mom to the basement. We go through the wine cellar and then take a corridor. We go through one small room, then another filled with stacked up old furniture. An old tapestry depicting a hunt almost entirely covers the wall in front of us. I don't remember finding this room during my expeditions to search for the tower entrance. Do you feel it? Yes. I move closer to the wall, wondering what my mother is getting at. And I do. I feel an almost imperceptible vibration that sends a prickle of goosebumps across my skin. Yes, some sort of... The words dry up in my mouth as I turn toward my mother and read the profound sadness in her gaze. Just as I'm about to speak again, we hear a noise from behind us. Ah, here comes Gerard. Gerard, can you take down the tapestry, please? Mr. Bortine complies, and I hurry to help him. Let Gerard do it, Daphne. You'll get dirty. Mom, you're pushing it. Mr. Bortine is not your slave. Yes, you're right. I've hardly arrived here, and I'm back to my old ways. When I'd left everything behind so that you wouldn't be raised with those horrendous values. Excuse me, Gerard. I'll be more considerate. You know, my Gilbert and I are happy to lend a hand, and we're not doing it for you, but for your daughter. Just don't forget we're retired. We're not as strong as we were. We move the tapestry to the other side of the room, Mom and I on one side, Mr. Bortine on the other. Could you break the wall here, Gerard? She points to a spot in the middle of the wall. There's some planks behind the plaster. It shouldn't give you much resistance. A few minutes later, the planks that hid the entrance to the tower have been torn away, revealing a wooden door. Wow, I never would have guessed the door was there. Mom opens the drawer of a nearby cupboard and takes out a large ornate key. Do you want to see what's inside, Gerard? Oh, no, madam. I have plenty of time to look later. You must have a lot to discuss with your daughter. I'll head back to the lodge, if you don't need a man along. Of course. Thank you, Gerard. Mr. Bortine gives us a nod. Oh, and Gerard. Yes. Thank you for taking care of Daphne while in my absence. We enter the tower, and after climbing a flight of wooden stairs, we come to a large room plunged in shadow. Mom takes a candelabra from the table and lights the candles with a match that have been left next to it. Then she proceeds to light the other candles around the room until a soft light gradually illuminates the large circular space. The floor is made of huge granite stone carved with interlacing geometric shapes. The Celtic origins are obvious in the patterns used, in the way the ornament has been done. But they are very well preserved, in contrast to the most ancient ruins exposed to centuries of bad weather. The walls are covered with shelves loaded with documents, books with leather covers, and scrolls rolled upon themselves. We were silent for a while. Then Mom says, "This is your inheritance, Daphne." What are all these books? This is the memory of the village, The most ancient ones were written by our ancestors 1,000 years ago. The tower was built on the site of the old place of worship because there seems to be some kind of magnetic field that helps preserve them. Yes, it feels like this place is special. There's a strange quality in the air. Is that why there are almost no dust and no moisture? Exactly. You're on the site of an ancient place of pilgrimage, a place where they performed the miracles. When the country was colonized and the inhabitants were forced to convert to the new religion, the religion closed into itself. Our ancestors built the tower and began to compile all the oral knowledge of the old times. The Delators, the order of the priestesses, welcomed the representation of other cultures. They came from everywhere, escaping persecution and doing what they could to ensure that their knowledge wasn't lost. To sum it up, you're in one of the largest libraries of occult knowledge in the world. We return in silence to the living room. The atmosphere is oppressive. I can feel that what just happened will have a huge impact on my future. Mom takes an armchair. I sit on the sofa. Do you understand why Yves Maltier must not, at any price, get into that tower? He already has the whole village under his thumb without having access to the archives. I don't know what he might be capable of if he could tap into all that knowledge contained in the tower. Exactly. For generations and generations, the Delators have refused the Maltiers access to the tower, and for good reason. But until now, it's been a losing battle. It's been several generations since the Delators have been able to perform the miracle. That's why I left. I didn't want you to live in this perpetual conflict. Why do you think I could change things? Deep down inside, I've always known you were different. I tried to protect you as much as I could. I didn't want you to carry this burden. If we'd stayed in the village, your grandmother would have raised you as if you were the Messiah. I wanted you to be able to choose your own path. To protect the village. Now I'm aware of my responsibilities. I can't run away from them. I must protect the village from the Maltiers at any other threat. Do you realize you're committing yourself to a life as a priestess? I do. But as you said, it's my destiny. My mother's pride is almost palpable. You're starting down a lonely, difficult path, and I'll do my best to help you. But enough about that. Tell me about your life, about everything I've missed. Mom and I stay there for a long while chatting in the living room. Then I go to pick up the groceries at the market, and we prepare dinner together, both of us enjoying the renewed affinity. A couple days later, I'm at the bakery getting some bread. Just as I've paid and am leaving, I find myself face to face with Soline Maltier and her son. There's a moment of surprise, then just as I'm about to greet her, she lets loose a torrent of yelling. Oh, well done. I'm glad I bumped into you. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on the classy way you welcomed my father. I tried to be nice. I even agreed to have coffee with you despite the reputation of the Delators. And 2 weeks later, you greet my father with a rifle? You're lucky my son's here. I'm sorry, but your father didn't choose the ideal moment. Oh, sure, it's because of Sophie, right? Like mother, like daughter. I don't even know why I'm surprised. Look, Celine, I'm sorry Yev's made you do all that work on the file, but I never asked him to make me any offers. You're right. I keep forgetting you're just a school teacher. It's not as if you knew the meaning of hard work. Speaking of which, I have to go. Personally, I have work to do. Ooh, bitch. Bitch, 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 bitch. The amount of times I have wanted to smack people in the face for telling me that I'm just a teacher. Yeah. Her attitude hurts, especially the way her father has manipulated her. What a shame. When I get back to the castle, I find Mom reading on the sofa. I tell her about my confrontation with Soline Maltier and how unfair I thought she'd been treating me like that. Then I tell her I'm going out to get some air. I need to think, to calm down. Out of the blue, she takes me in her arms and holds me tight. I enjoy the moment of affection, so rare from her. I can tell she feels bad for me, for the burden I've decided to carry, and the unjust enmity of the Maltiers that I have to cope with. I put on a coat and a scarf. It's frosty outside, biting yet invigorating. A beautiful sunny winter day, which makes a change from the fog and showers we put up with through November. I wander through the forest. I'm lost in thought and realize my feet have brought me to a small clearing with an oval pool in the center. I shiver as the temperature drops. The snow is falling again. I realize the day is dying. The last rays of sunlight are disappearing behind the treetops. I know I should turn around, go back to the castle before it's too dark to see. Am I dreaming? I can't look away from the pool. I draw closer and closer until, without notice, I am in the water. The icy cold pierces my feet like 1,000 needles. The pain seems almost unreal, as if I was in a dream. I go a little further. I know it's a bad idea, but I can't stop myself. The water up to my knees. I look at my reflection in the pool, but there's nothing strange about this Daphne. White as a sheet, sending a feverish stare back at me from the surface of the pool. Then suddenly I'm overwhelmed by the void, and biting liquid cold enfolds me. For a while the darkness is complete. I'm in some kind of downy cocoon. The heat and the scent of wood fire floods my senses. I hear distant voices, but I'm unable to move. Was lucky I found her there. If I hadn't gone hunting... Bring her back, Gerard. I've been worried sick. She left 3 hours ago with the knight. Did you call her man Frank? Yes, I've spoken to him. He's coming back as soon as he can. Madame Sophie, come here. I think she's waking up. You gave us quite a scare. What happened? I was walking. I just turning for home, and Gerard found you in the forest. You were unconscious and you had fallen into a freezing water. We were lucky to find you so quickly. Next to Mom, I see a mustached man in a suit. He snaps his briefcase closed and says, Well, I'll be going, Miss Delator. If you don't mind, you've been very lucky. It could have been much worse. Thank you for coming so fast, Dr. Zarkian. As for her knee, it's a fractured kneecap. There's nothing to do but wait for it to heal. She mustn't overuse it, but it may take several months. She'll certainly have more trouble walking. I'll go get her grandmother's walking stick from the hall. 2 or 3 days of complete rest, and she should be back on her feet. Here, I've signed you a sick note for work. Thank you, Doctor. I gradually realize that they're talking about me. I'm in the living room. There's a blazing fire in the fireplace. I'm wrapped up in a heavy mohair blanket. I sit back on the sofa. When I put a foot on the ground and stand up, I feel a dull ache down my right leg. Careful, miss. You'll hurt yourself. The doctor said you had to rest. With a superhuman effort, I managed to blurt out, I think I will stay on the sofa. I lie down again and instantly fall into a dreamless sleep. When I come back to my senses, the fire is almost out, save a few glowing cinders at the back of the fireplace. The cold light of the early morning comes through the window. Miss Fortine is asleep in an armchair opposite me, wrapped up in a blanket. I hear noises from the kitchen. I put my feet on the ground. I can still feel the dull pain as I try to get up. A walking stick with a finely worked brass pommel has been placed next to me. Leaning on it, I manage to drag myself to the kitchen. Mama's making herself a coffee, her back turned. Mom? Daphne, you shouldn't be. She stops, and I read a sudden dread in her eyes. Daphne, your hair. I turn sideways to look in the mirror above the chest of the hall, and I discover with horror that several strands of my hair around my face have turned gray. After a few days' rest, I see Dr. Zarkian again and allows me to go back to work. He confirms I might have difficulty walking for some time. It's depressing news. I don't like finding myself so diminished. As for my graying hair, he tells me it's a consequence of the shock I experienced. That's a relatively rare phenomenon, but there's no need to worry about it. I admit I haven't thought much about it with all I've gone through recently. I guess I'll probably end up dyeing it. I had Frank on the phone, but he seemed to have other things on his mind. He seemed worried about me, though. He told me he would be back and that we'd have to talk. I don't know how to feel about that. I think I fucked it with Frank, honestly. I don't know how he's preparing, but I don't know what he's preparing, but I'm uneasy. Then I go back to school. The man in a suit is waiting for me in the front of the classroom. He introduces himself as Mr. Mueller, National Education Inspector. He proceeds to take a seat in the back of the classroom and begins to take notes. My thoughts are elsewhere, and I lose my the thread of my explanation several times. Sensing his condescending gaze on the back of my neck and his irritation with my every word doesn't help me focus. I hope that seeing me with my walking stick might make him more lenient, but it doesn't seem to have touched him at all. At the end of my day, Mueller gives me a severe scolding, waving his arms and yelling that he had never seen anything like this and that there would be consequences. Unfortunately, I don't have much to say in my defense. I let the storm blow over, trying to curtail the unpleasant moment as much as possible. When I get into my car to drive home, I'm fuming. As I drive into the yard, I see Frank's van is already there. I'm glad he's back. He's been away a long time. As I get out of the car, I see him waiting for me in the doorway. Daphne. Hello, Frank. We need to talk. I follow him to the living room. I can see he's furious. I haven't seen him this kind of cold rage for a long time. Not since the day I took my things and left him 6 months ago. Our relationship is at a turning point again, and I need to choose my words carefully if I want to avoid a scene. I ran into your mother. She told me I should do what I had to do, and that you shouldn't wait dinner for her. Okay. She told me about your hair too, but I must admit, it's quite a shock. We're quiet for a while, carefully avoiding each other's gaze. Finally, Frank breaks the silence, takes a deep breath, and spits out, I don't like this situation one bit. It can't go on any longer. I know I probably forced your hand when I moved into the village without consulting you. Besides, you've been acting strange since I came here. I don't want to lose you. I want to lose you. Oh, now you don't want to lose me. What did you think, Daphne? That I wouldn't stay that I would stay quietly at your feet, just waiting for you to throw me a bone? If you wanted to give us a chance, you should have behaved differently. You're right. I behaved badly, and more than once. I'm sorry I put you through all of this. Sure, I'm right. First, there's the Maltier guy. I'm not blind. I can see you've been dancing around each other right from the start. It's really not my fault, to be fair. He's been like everywhere. It's not my fault he decided to flirt with me. Not your fault. You telling me you didn't lead him on? That you didn't even encourage him? I don't have any proof, but I know you, and I know he came to the castle when I was away. But, oh, and that's not all. To think you made me go to that cocktail just to send me back to the castle so that I could be out of the way for you to flirt with that rich kid. Yes, I know about the kiss. The whole village is talking about it, and you might have guessed. He was drunk. Do you think being forced to make out with someone who was blind drunk was something I enjoyed? Okay, he was completely drunk. Never mind. That's just a drop in the ocean anyway. Besides, this curse thing with Miss Levesque, the poor woman. How could you know? Wait, how could I know what would happen? It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, but the Daphne I used to know would never have frightened anyone with the threat of a curse. I guess it's all gone to your head, the inheritance, the castle. I'm sure that deep down inside you like letting people believe that you're a witch. So what? Why do you care? You've changed. Even the way you look, I don't recognize you anymore. The way you dress, that side part in your hair. And before you say anything, no, it's nothing to do with your gray hair, okay? It's not you, Daphne. There's an awkward silence. I have tears in my eyes. Frank seems to be deep in thought, as if weighing up the pros and cons. When my unease becomes unbearable, I finally speak, telling him, stay. Sorry? Please don't leave me. I've been stupid. I didn't know what I was doing. Will you forgive me? He hesitates for a while, and then the hammer falls. No. I'm sorry, we're done, you and I. He stands up and looks down at me with contempt. Goodbye, Daphne. I wish you joy in it all, your castle, the Maltiers, your witchcraft stories. Then he leaves the room. When I hear the engine of the van disappear into the distance, I'm struck by the conviction that I will never see him again. I stay alone in the living room, dumbstruck for a long time after Frank has left. Then, without warning, I burst into tears. How could he be so cruel? I'd forgotten how much he could hurt me. To blame me for embracing my legacy, my roots, and so much intolerance. How could he think it's my fault if I'm different, if I'm a witch? When the tears finally stop, I pour myself a glass of white wine from the fridge and decide that I deserve a cigarette to calm my nerves. So I walk across the house. I realize my mother has made herself scarce. I don't know whether I should be grateful or blame her for avoiding the situation. She can pretend to not know that I'm there, when each of my steps is followed by the clunk of the walking stick in the wooden floors. I go to my bedroom and I get my cigarettes. I light one up and let myself slump under the floor of the bed, in front of the mirror. The image reflected is that of a pale young woman, frail and lost looking, and those gray hairs. Suddenly I come to the decision that my hair can't stay this way. I have to do something about it right now. I go to the bathroom and search around frantically, certain that I've seen at some point a couple boxes of hair dye. A few minutes later, I find them at the back of the drawer. Probably my grandmother's store. The label says jet black, permanent dye. Sounds perfect. Exactly what I need to show the rest of the world that I belong to the Delator family and I embrace my status as witch. I follow the instructions, applying the colored paste, then rinsing thoroughly at the end of the processing time. The quick blow dry later, my auburn and white hairs become a shiny, uniform black, the color of Kross' wing. This new look hardens my features a little and gives the illusion of my complexion as paler. As I'm inspecting my reflection, I realize with satisfaction that my image I see is, in every aspect, identical to the one that appeared to me in my dreams several times during these last months. I get up early the next morning. I have a long day ahead of me. I have to talk to Stan. Now that Frank has left, I have a lot to discuss. I start by giving him a call, asking him to meet me at the cafe in the village later in the afternoon. Then I retire to the tower to read the archives, their wells of wisdom waiting to deliver their secrets to me. At the end of the afternoon, I take my car to meet Stan at the cafe. He's sitting in the corner, and there's a large backpack on the floor next to him. He's reading a book, but glances around the room at regular intervals. He catches my eye, but goes straight back to the book. I guess he hadn't recognized me with my walking stick and my jet black hair. I sit across from him. Hello, Stan. Oh, Daphne, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. What happened to your leg? I hurt myself. An accident in the forest. It wouldn't have been serious except I fell in freezing water. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Are you okay? What about your hair? I dyed it. My hair turned a bit white after the accident. Besides, since everyone's so sure I'm a witch, I thought I'd choose an appropriate color. He nods at his backpack. Going somewhere? Oh, not by choice. I don't know what happened between you and Yaves, but he was seriously pissed. He threw me out in disgrace. I'm about to speak, but Stan continues. But I assume you didn't want to meet me just to listen to me complaining. Did you talk to Frank? Yes, it's done. He left. His face lights up in a mixture of incredulity and joy. Really? Does that mean you and I can move on together? I'm at a crossroads for the second time in a year. My ex just left me for good. I could start something serious with Stan. I could see where this was. I can see that's what he's hoping for. And considering his circumstances, that would mean asking him to move into the castle. Am I ready for that? I think we're ready for that. Come, live with me at the castle. Just waiting for the one word from me, Stan pushes aside the table and separates us and pulls me into his ardent kiss. What are we waiting for? Let's go. He pays the bill, and a few minutes later we're home, about to start a new chapter of our story. The holiday season arrives fast. I spent it at home with Mom and the Bortines. Mom wasn't happy about Stan moving into the castle, but he put forth all of his efforts to win her over, and now she tolerates him being there in the same room. Yves Maltier hasn't shown up, not since he came to present his offer to me when Mom got in his way. I've decided not to worry about it for the time being. I need time to get my head around everything I've learned. I spend most of my time in the tower, learning about my family's fascinating past and the history of the area. I'm glad now that I waded through several years of Latin at high school, even if I'd never have guessed I would be useful in such an unlikely circumstance. The stories inside the illuminated books are quite captivating, especially everything that refers to the source of those who covered it. I still have the strange dreams, but they're different now. I'm still in the forest, but there's no more pool. There's no more Sphinx. Perhaps because of all that has already happened. Each time the dream ends with my encounter with the strange beast, we watch each other. I feel like it's trying to tell me something, but I can't speak. As if it wanted something from me. And then it turns away and disappears into the bushes. Chapter 6, January. Then classes started again. I managed to get Dr. Zarkian to extend my leave. He wasn't very hard to convince. My leg hasn't healed fast, and the pain still often wakes me up at night. It's allowed me to keep practicing the miracles day after day. I feel more and more ready to confront the Maltiers. I spend a lot of time in the forest. I try to find the clearing in the pool I fell into without success. Of course, I asked Mr. Bortine. He said he found me soaked to the skin, but there was neither clearing nor water pool where I was laying. And there are all these unanswered questions about my family and the Maltiers. One day, as I'm reading through the Latin copy of the Red Dragon, more precisely the section about necromancy, the solution suddenly comes to me. Why not try to invoke the spirit of my grandmother, Adelaide? I'm pretty sure a little talk with her could help me fill the gaps. At the right phase of the moon and planetary hour, I go into the forest for the ritual. I trace the lines of the ground with consecrated knife, exposing the mark of my will upon the earth. Then I speak the words of power. A strange wind rises, bending the branches of the nearby trees. Suddenly the magic circle flares up with a cold and sick fire. A form appears at the center of the fire. It's a woman, wreathed in flames, her face ravaged by pain and despair. I'd expect an old lady, but the woman before me was middle-aged with striking resemblance to myself. She looked at me, anger and sadness combed in her face, and before I even opened her mouth, the ghastly vision already fading. I make an effort of will, forcing the flames to remain. Adelaide Delatour. What is this devilry? The Maltese, a new way to torment me? I am Daphne Delatour, your granddaughter. I command you to answer me. She explodes in demented laughter. I knew this would happen. Sophie, my daughter. It's all her fault. If she hadn't left, if the child had been raised in the traditions. I feel my grip on Adelaide's spirit slipping. If I want answers, I have no time to lose. Do you know about the beast that haunts my dreams? An invisible entity, it covets the source to feed from it and continues its existence in our world. The Maltiers, they've been feeding it with the blood of the Delatours in exchange for its help. Sophie, I thought it would stop with her when she and Yev's, but the Maltier blood was stronger than their union. He performed the rites. She and Yev's? What happened between Yev's and my mother? He killed my granddaughter, as happened before and as will happen again. To me, to my mother, to my grandmother before her, to my daughter, to hers, to her children after her. Sophie, she knows. She wanted to hide the other child. To keep her safe, she left. She was the first to survive the curse, but she took her from me, and now there's no hope. Let me go. I've answered your question. Her gaze is challenging. Exhaustion overwhelms me. Then in a gust of flames, the spirit vanishes, leaving me alone in the forest, which feels strangely dark and empty. The only evidence of what happened here is the scorched ground and the smell of sulfur which dissipates in the freezing wind rushing through the trees. Wait. It's late, but I know that if I don't talk to Mom right now, there's no way I'll be able to sleep. When I get to her bedroom, a ray of light escapes from the grate beneath it, despite the lateness of the hour. I'm raising my hand to knock, but Mom says, "Enter." I suppose the sound of my walking stick on the floorboards warned her of my presence. When I open the door, I go in. I find Mom reading a novel by the light of her bedside lamp. Daphne? Mom, we have to talk. I'm sure it can wait until tomorrow, can't it? I think it's waited long enough already. What's so urgent? I talked with grandmother. You just talk. No, don't explain. I'm not sure I want to know the details. What happened between you and Yves Maltier? There's an awkward silence. Mom lays the book in her lap and takes a deep breath. I knew that business would resurface sooner or later. And it didn't occur to you that, I don't know, you might let me know first? I would have preferred to hear it from you. It would have saved me the trouble of using necromancy to fill out the blanks. I'm sorry, Daphne. When I arrived at the castle, there was so much to tell you. I figured I could wait. There was no hurry. Then you had your accident, and the weeks passed. There was the holidays, and then you started to spend most of your time in the tower. It was never the right moment. But I swear, this time I'll tell you everything. Let's start at the beginning. If Yev's my father, Great gods, no. Oh, thank God. I thought we were about to have a I'm dating my brother situation going on there for a second. Jesus Christ. How could you think I would let you carry on your romance with Stan if Yavs was your father? I mean, to be fair, Mother, you have not been a pillar of good decisions up until this point. But it's true that we did have a fling, Yavs and I. He was different back then. You must realize that he wasn't the man he's become. We both wanted to be free from the prison of our families. Your grandmother, Adelaide, had a hard time accepting it at first, but she realized quickly that an alliance could put an end to the old quarrel. But to the Maltiers, it was scandalous. Maltier air getting mixed with a Latour. They put all their effort and ingenuity into breaking us up, and they succeeded. Yevs broke my heart, and all our plans went down the drain. What happened next? It took me a few months to get myself together. I did some things I'm not proud of during that time. I wanted to hurt Yevs as much as he'd hurt me. I slept around. I wanted to get a reaction from him to make him see it was stupid. I know that now, but we're only 18. And then I got pregnant. So who's my father? Do you even know? No. I've never been sure, and it didn't matter. Not to me, nor your grandmother. It was the tradition. Women have always been at the head of the house of Delatour. Some of our ancestors took partners, as your grandmother did, but most remained single or had several lovers during their lives. The fact that there was no father was somehow the way things were meant to be. The only thing I'm sure of is that it wasn't Yev's. And then, was it your pregnancy that made you leave the village? In a way. Mom hesitates to talk. I get the feeling I'm getting to the heart of the problem. Mom, I have to know. I feel like there's something huge that you're not telling me about my birth. It can't go on any longer. Do you understand? She looks at me, distraught. I realize we're dredging something up, something she's afraid to forget, or something she's tried to forget, to bury for all those years. It wasn't the pregnancy that made me leave. It was the death of the baby. A shiver runs down my spine. I'm taken back to what went through myself only a year ago. You mean, did you lose a child before you had me? I don't understand. I was expecting twins. It was your sister that I had lost, Daphne. And it's Yves Maltier's fault. My head is spinning. I tell her I need to go to the bathroom, but in truth, I need a moment alone in the living room, and I needed a cigarette. A twin sister. How could she hide it from me all those years? The fact that she lost her, it changes everything. When I return to the bedroom, Mom's at the window smoking a cigarette herself. How could you have hidden losing your baby, my sister, for all these years? She looks at me, her face sorrowful. What would it have changed? Besides, how could you blame me for keeping it quiet when you went through the same thing yourself? Oh, don't look at me like that. When you had your accident, you were talking in your sleep. It wasn't hard to put the pieces together. It's our curse. For over a century, since the Maltiers, offered our children as sacrifices. Do you think Yevs might have sacrificed my baby? Do you think Yevs might have sacrificed my baby? The only explanation. Each generation of the Multiers offers the firstborn of the Delators. That's how they took power in the village and how they keep it. Generation after generation, they've weakened our line. Your grandmother was sure that because you survived and were in fact the firstborn, you'd be the one to break the cycle. That's why I left. I didn't want her to have any say in your upbringing. Her expectations of you would have been unendurable. But she was right. After all that's happened, how can I doubt the truth of the old legends any longer? Anyway, life goes on. I know what you went through must have been hard. But if I could get through it, I'm sure you can too. We look at each other. That's when Mom understands. She finally understands the truth that I can't utter out loud, not without breaking down. There won't be any other children. I open my mouth, but no words come out. Don't say anything, Daphne. I understand. We're both silent. What else is there to say? What Mom's just told me confirms what I suspected, although I hadn't admitted it to myself. Yves Maltier. He would be responsible for the death of my sister, perhaps for the death of my child, maybe even for... I'm engulfed by a wave of anger and indignation. I know I've been too passive. I know I have to act. That's it. This time I'm furious. Between the Maltiers who've been manipulating me and take me for an idiot and my mom keeping stuff from me, I feel like I'm between the hammer and the anvil. It has to stop. I could confront Yves immediately. I've waited long enough. If he's able to destroy a life with the snap of a finger like that, someone has to stop him. But perhaps charging right in isn't a good idea. I think Celine Maltier. I know she and Yves are close, at least at work. She must have some information about what Yves is planning. I know we've had a falling out, but I hope I'll be able to persuade her to help me. I could ask Stan for his advice. He'll help me see things more clearly. Should I talk to Stan? I have no faith in Celine. Honestly. When I get out of our bedroom, Stan is getting ready for bed. Daphne, you're upset. What's wrong? I tell him everything. My sister, the child I lost. We talk about his father, his family. So what do you think? I don't think Celine knows anything. Yves has always done his best to keep her in the dark. But I agree with you. We have to do something. Yves won't expect you to come knocking at his door in the middle of the night. He's already dressed, and he's taking his keys and his money clip from the top of the chest. Shall I get the car? My last chance. We better not rush into things. I'll talk to Celine tomorrow morning. Perhaps we'll see things more clearly then. Guess you're right. You know what I'm like, don't you? Act first, think later. Get into bed. I don't sleep much that night. I go to the town hall first thing the next day. The receptionist gives me directions, and I embark on a complicated treasure hunt. I finally enter a large office where I find an agitated Celine, phone in hand. There's a box in the corner of the room, half full of files and photos of Pierre, which look to have been thrown in quickly. Celine seems lost in thought, indecisive. I speak to her several times before she realizes I'm there. She stares at me, surprised. Daphne? I've been trying to call you for the last 10 minutes. She seems lost. But what are you doing here? Well, actually, I wanted to talk to you about your father. Look, I know we had a misunderstanding, and I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I really, really need your help. No, it's all my fault. I've been living a lie for years, and I wasn't ready to accept the truth. All this time, I've been living in my father's shadow ever since my husband died. Oh, I'm not blind. I know what they say in the village. Daddy's always told me to let them talk. That it was good for business, all those local superstitions. That I shouldn't worry about any of that. I understand. I tried to tell you. I didn't do a good job of it, but I tried. You must think I'm an idiot, just accepting everything without question. She gives a wry smile. What's changed your mind? Something happened? Yesterday I had dinner with my parents. My father excused himself before dessert, saying he had an urgent file to work on. I offered to help him, of course, but he refused, so I stayed in the kitchen to chat with Mom. Pierre went to play in the living room, but 10 minutes later he burst into the kitchen. He was in tears. He wouldn't calm down, and I didn't understand what had put him in such a state. He was pointing at the basement door. When I went to go check, Mom tried to stop me, but of course I went anyway. If my son... Her voice breaks. I can feel her holding her feelings tightly in her cheek. In check. So I went down to the basement. I heard my father's voice. He was speaking to someone. When I entered the room, I thought I saw, I don't know, a shadow. A few seconds later, the shadow had vanished, and I realized Dad had a large knife in his hand. There were candles all over the floor and strange drawings. I ran upstairs, took Pierre in my arms, and left without looking back. I haven't slept all night. This morning, I dropped Pierre at school, and then I picked up the phone to call you. Because last night, I heard my father whisper, Sophie Delatour, several times as I was going down the stairs. There's a long moment of silence. Celine looked distraught. It's probably nothing, but it'd be more comfortable if you warned your mother, Daphne. I'm scared something might happen to her. Call her. Call her. You're right. Can I use your phone? I try my mom's phone. Answering machine. I try the landline in the castle. No answer. That's when I begin to panic. I call the Bortines, Gerald. Gerard picks up. I ask him to go to the castle, check if everything's okay. Celine is white as a sheet. Look, Celine, it's probably nothing, but I can't reach Mom. I'll go back to the castle. Yes, of course, get going. What are you waiting for? Thank her. Celine, thank you so much. I know this can be easy. She smiles faintly. Don't thank me. I feel so stupid. I know I chose the path of least resistance. After my husband died, I was lost. I had no work. We were about to move, and there was Pierre. I was an unemployed widow with a small child. When Daddy offered me a job, I took it, and I shut my eyes to all the weird stuff that was happening in the village. He always had an explanation anyway, every single time. I couldn't bring myself to give credit to the superstitions. It would have meant that my own father was probably responsible for the accident that killed my husband. But that's over now. I can't persuade myself that it's all for the best any longer. I understand. Oh, and if you need anything, you know where to find me, okay? Thank you, Daphne. I might take you up on that. I hug her and run to my car. I see the smoke above the treetops before I even reach the lane to the castle. When I get to the courtyard, I find a shocked Mr. Bortine surrounded by a team of firefighters. Miss Daphne, it's a good thing you called me so quickly. What happened? Oh no. I found your mother unconscious in her room. There was smoke everywhere. If you hadn't warned me, I'd rather not think about it. The ambulance just left. The nurse said she's been very lucky. Do you know how the fire started? Oh, miss, it's probably my fault. Your mother must have wanted to light a fire in her room. The chimneys haven't been swept for ages. It's not your fault, Mr. Bortine, and if you hadn't been there to save her. A fireman comes over. Are you the new owner? Yes. Hello, madam. I'm Captain Ribiere. Your mother was very lucky Gerard got to her so fast. It wasn't very smart of him to run into the house like that, but it's probably thanks to him that she's alive. Well, otherwise the fire's been... You got lucky there, too. It's just a chimney fire. There's no structural damage, but you'll have to change some of the wallpaper. Thank you so much, Captain. Do you know where my mother's been sent? Well, we may only be a small town, but we do have a small emergency center for the time being. Anyway, you'll find her there. I spend the evening at the hospital. The doctors tell me they're going to do all they can. My mom isn't out of the woods yet, and that her chances are not good. Stan arrives soon after. We wait tensely in the waiting room, hoping she'll regain consciousness, hoping the doctors will tell us we can see her, and hoping they'll finally say that they'll be all right. I'm glad to have Stan with me. We just got together. We hardly know each other, really. He could have left at any time. The fact that he's here with me now, waiting anxiously, is a sign from the doctors, or a sign from the doctors is touching. Just as I've fallen asleep, curled up in the chair in the waiting room, a man with a white coat wakes me gently. Mom's woken up. She's weak, but she's alive. The doctors have decided to keep her under observation for a few days. I can't believe Yevs would go this far. Mom could have died. I don't know what to think. What's the point of all of this if I can't protect my own family? Stan takes me home without saying a word. Days pass me by in a daze. I've lost all notion of time. Is it Wednesday? Thursday? I don't know. Not anymore. Getting my mother back just to almost lose her again so suddenly. Is Jez Maltier really responsible for her accident? Is all this nothing but some cosmic curse that will continue to persecute me? Since I lost the baby, the inheritance, moving houses, I'm lost. I hear the doorbell. There's somebody at the door. It's Jez Maltier coming to torment me. I don't have the strength to get up, even less so to answer the door. I wait for someone to answer. I call out to Stan, but there's no answer. Has he gone out? The doorbell rings again. I crawl out of the sofa to go to the entry hall. I hesitate again for a second, then I muster up my courage to open the door. It's a middle-aged man waiting behind the door. He's well powdered with flour. which tells me a lot about his job. Jerome Blankard. Hello, Miss Delator. I'm Jerome, the baker. Hello. I don't think we've met. I'm usually out the back, and you may know Bridget. Yo! Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my house. Play that music too. Let's show me what you do now. I appreciate the follow, my dude. Welcome in. The lass who works the counter for me. Nice to meet you. Pleasure's all mine. Come to give you this from the shop owners. He gives me a bouquet of flowers. When we heard about Sophie, we all chipped in. I take the bouquet. Besides, before we didn't dare, but now that you're here, those Multier assholes, I'm sure they're behind all this. We're counting on you to show them, right? But, excuse my language, but I'm angry, you see. Did you know they almost got me shut down? Old Multier, he tried to steal a piece of my land. Since he's been running the town hall, he does what he wants with the land register, the dirtbag. And just like that, the next day I fall off a ladder. 3 months in plaster. I wasn't fit for anything. I had to hire someone to work the season. The Bokards, maybe you met them. It was back when you arrived in the village last summer. I'm sure they had their hands in the till. Well, look, I'm talking too much, but I just wanted to say that we're behind you. Against the family of creeps. I saw what happened to your mother, the fire and all, and I'm sure you've had enough too, haven't you? And yet I didn't get a feeling I was particularly welcome when I arrived in the village. That's how people are around here. They're scared shitless of the Maltiers. But now that they've seen you with your black hair and walking stick, well, I guess they're even more afraid of you. Anyway, it's high time it all stopped, don't you think? Yes. They must pay for all that they've done. I agree with you completely, and I'm certainly not the only one. So, well, this was just to show you support. And if you need anything, you know where to find me. Have a good day, Miss Delator. I stand at the doorstep, a bit stunned, as he gets back into the van, makes an awkward U-turn, and disappears to the bend. I have to admit, that was the last thing I saw coming. Thinking about it, if a land registry quarrel equals a broken leg on the Maltier's response scale, I understand much better why they're so virulent against me. The rest of the week speeds by like lightning. I've taken a few days off to stay by my mother's side during the day. I spend my nights in the tower trying in vain to find a solution against the threat. I'm afraid my only real option is to get rid of Yevs permanently, but I'm not so sure I have it in me to do something so drastic. I know Yevs won't stop now. Stan's doing all he can to make my life easier, but watching him coming and going so gloomily around the house doesn't exactly cheer me up. Hello, welcome in. He tries his best to reassure me, but I can see he's very worried about his father might do next, too. Mr. Bortine went into the wing to evaluate the damage. We were lucky. A fresh coat of paint, some new curtains, and he assured me it would be good as new. The couple were particularly distressed by my accident. Mr. Bortine is even more impenetrable than usual. As for Miss Bertine, she's been making herself scarce. I doubt she's been out of lodge much the past few days. And now the people from the village have begun to come up to the castle, some asking for advice, others wanting me to try to cure them. But what's touched me the most is all these people reaching out to comfort me during the trial. That's why, when Mom finally got out of the hospital, I'm only half surprised to see a small reception committee waiting for us in the courtyard. Mom and I look at each other. I can tell she's deeply moved by this attention. She's still too weak to stay outside in the cold, so I take her in the door. Then, once she's safely inside in the warmth, I turn around and thank everyone for coming. That's when I see a big sedan coming up the lane, and the figure of Yves Maltier getting out of the car and coming toward me. When he reaches me, he greets me with a sardonic little smile that turns to face the group. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Mr. Bortine, standing towards the lodge. Yves. When I decided to check in on Miss Delatours following her terrible accident, I didn't think I'd be interrupting a revolution. I know why you're here, and it's certainly not to check on my mother. Daphne, you impugn my motives. To his audience, he adds, usually the rebels start with their torches and pitchforks in the town square to storm the evil queen's lair, not the other way around. And let's face it, you all have very short memories. How many of you feed your families thanks to the sawmill? He points to a man at the crowd. You, Mr. Bernal, didn't I lend you some money when you wanted to open cobbler's shop? He turns to someone else. And you, Miss Legnard, when your husband died and you couldn't make ends meet, who found you a place to live? Is that a good or it's a bad smile? It's not, it's not filled with sardines. A murmur runs across the crowd. All of you, at one time or another, have turned to my family to ask for help. And now what? You stab me in the back, you disown me after everything I've done for you. You put your trust in a stranger. As Yves puts a dramatic hand towards his head, a vision of profound disappointment, someone in the crowd cries out, but she's a Delatour. A Delatour. For over a century, the Delatours have kept the source to themselves, refusing to share our shared heritage. What's left of their ancient glory? A decaying castle? What have you done for the village, Daphne? Well, I'm listening. What have you done? Yves glowers at me, and I know I need to choose my next words carefully. Oh, God. Argue. You say that you help people, but nobody's fooled. The whole village knows that what everything you do out of self-interest. It's not true. I've done more to this village than the Delatours ever did. Then how do you explain why so many of your fellow citizens have reached out to me with words of support and friendship, Mr. Mayor? There's a murmur around us. For the first time, Yves seems ill at ease. You've put a spell on them. This isn't right. There's you, whose family has been using witchcraft for years. Go home, Yves. You're making a fool of yourself. You think you have power? But as soon as everyone refuses to bow to your rules, your house of cards collapse all on its own. I warn you. I cut him before he can finish his sentence. You warn me what? That you're responsible for the fire that put my mother in the hospital? Don't push me. You don't know what I'm capable of. You don't scare me. Stop your crowing. Stop your crowing, Yevs. It doesn't intimidate me. It's my turn to look down on him. You're nothing but a paper tiger. He stares at me in a mix of rage and impotence. I meet his gaze and we look each other in the eye for a long moment until he looks away. You know the way out. You'll excuse me. I have to tend to my mother. I turn away, about to push through a stunned crowd who have witnessed the scene. Somebody in the crowd cries out a warning. I don't have time to turn when I hear a gunshot. Yevs collapses at my feet. His hand, red with blood, clutches his right shoulder. A few yards away, Mr. Bourtine holds his hunting rifle. The barrel smokes, the delicate curls floating towards the sky. Spring. I just got the flight confirmation. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. So will you survive without me? Mom and I are in the garden, enjoying the first of the sunshine with coffee. Not long ago, this question, instead of being rhetorical, would have been a tricky one. Not anymore. Since the incident with Yevs, the Maltiers have made themselves scarce. They say the village that Yevs doesn't leave the town hall much anymore, and that his convalescence has been difficult. I don't know what the future has in store, but I hope that the storm is finally now behind me. Daphne? Oh, sorry, Mom. Yes, sure, don't worry. I think I'll manage without you. We're interrupted by Stan, back from the courthouse. He comes to us with a smile that must be good news. So what's the verdict? He was acquitted. With a number of witnesses who testified in his favor, the judge had no choice. In the end, what tipped the scales on the side of self-defense was the testimony of Mr. Blankard, the baker. He swore under oath he had seen Yevs Maltier take a knife from his pocket. I suppose that just for once a bribe couldn't have changed the verdict. Mr. Bourtine must be relieved. Oh yes, I dropped him at the lodge, but you know what he's like. He never shows his feelings. Dan, since you're here, could you give me a hand? I've got some luggage to bring downstairs. Of course, with pleasure. I watch them as they go inside. I pour myself another coffee and sit, lost in my thoughts. That's when I see a tall blonde figure coming up the path. She's striding purposefully towards the castle, but when she sees me in the garden, she hesitates briefly, then heads in my direction. Clothied? Hello, Miss Delator. I was going to knock, but when I saw you, I thought I'd come directly to you. Clothied looks ill at ease and seems to have traded in her habitual haughtiness for a dose of humility. Offer her a coffee. Clothied with what a surprise. Can I offer you some coffee? No, thank you, but you would give me a minute of your time. I'm listening. A sigh escapes me as I wave her to speak. Take a seat. I'm listening. I have to admit I underestimated you. I never would have believed on seeing you that you could have stood up to my husband for so long, or that you would make yourself so popular with our little community. Come on, Clothild. Stop trying to butter me up. Apologies don't suit you. All right. That might be because I haven't had to apologize for anything in a very long time. Anyway, as you might have guessed, I'm not here for that. I'll cut to the chase if you don't mind. As soon as Mr. Borteen's trial finished, I came straight here. The verdict wasn't a surprise, and I've been mulling this over for quite a while now. You know, my husband, he has his shortcomings and his good qualities. I suppose you don't see it like that, but I promise you, Yevs has a good heart, despite what you might think. I'm about to interrupt her, but she stops me with a wave of her hand. Please, Daphne, hear me out before starting insulting me. I'll tell you something that might surprise you. I've never really believed in all this tales of witchcraft. Oh, I can see their benefits, but let's be serious for a minute. How can you say that? After everything I've experienced since I've arrived, there can be no doubt. You're entitled to your beliefs, Daphne, but let me ask you, what proof do you have that anything truly supernatural happened? Since you arrived, what actually happened? A car accident? A chimney fire? You've got a very short memory, especially after allowing your husband to harass me about getting into my tower for months. Her face takes on a careful blankness. I decide to not antagonize her. Well, not yet. Anyway, I don't suppose you're here to talk about my beliefs, are you? No, I'm not. And to be honest, your views on the issue don't interest me at all. However, you may have noticed that my husband is a true believer, and the recent events between you and us really took a toll on him, you know. I don't think he'll ever forgive you for making him ridiculous in front of the whole village, and now, with the judge's decision, I only defended myself. Sorry if I bruised your husband's ego, but I was just defending myself. You're right, Daphne, and believe me, I deplore that things have come to this pass as much as you do. I just want this to be over. Once and for all, neither of us has anything to gain by keeping this animosity alive. I know I can make my husband listen to reason, but for that I need you to meet me halfway. Daphne, do you understand? I know you have a relationship with my son. I'm asking is that you let us organize a wedding. Nope. We'd give you our blessing, of course, and it would unite our families and put an end to the quarrel. What do you say? Are you sure you can convince your husband? I don't know. Let's say I accept. Are you sure you can persuade your husband to call a truce? Oh, he won't like it, I'm sure, but I can guarantee his cooperation. In any case, I need to discuss with Stan. Come on, Daphne. We both know that my son will agree to anything you ask of him. If you prefer, just give me an agreement in principle. I have every confidence that you can convince your future husband. So what's it going to be, yes or no? Mm, No, I can't do it, man. I can't. After everything that's happened, I can't do it. It's out of the question. Your family has no say in my affairs of the heart. And Stan isn't on good terms with you or his father anyway. Accepting this offer would be a betrayal. I came here with only good intentions, and this is how you receive me. I warn you, Daphne, I can still make your life miserable. We glare at each other. I burst out laughing. Could you tell me what's so funny? I mean it. You'll regret this lightly. Really, Clothyde? Either you're in denial, or you take me for an idiot. Excuse me? You have no hold over me. You just told me that you don't believe in witchcraft, and even if you did, you're in a corner. Let's say your husband asks the entity in contract with your family to do his dirty work again. Who would you direct it against? Me? Maybe Yev's tried, which is probably why today I have to walk with a cane. But at the time of the accident, I hadn't really taken stock of my inheritance. Trying anything now that I have access to the tower would probably fail, and your husband knows it. Of course, Yevs could try to blackmail me by threatening, I don't know, Mr. and Mrs. Bortin. If we suppose the fire is to be his fault, we can't say really pulled it off. Mom is sound and safe. Besides, you know this as well as I do. The local population is very superstitious, and I'm sure if anything happened to someone close to me, they might reach some conclusions on their own. Without starting a popularity contest, I think we can both agree that causing an uprising is not really in your interest. Well, unless you want to deal with a riot or, I don't know, a strike at the sawmill. See what I mean? So I don't think we anything left to discuss. I return to my book while she stands there motionless, consumed by cold rage. After a while, I add, "Goodbye, Clotilde." She turns and leaves. I watch her until she disappears behind the trees. I haven't seen Clotilde since that spring day. A couple weeks later, the news of Yev's death began to circulate the village. Clotilde left the area without a word, taking most of the assets of the Maltiers had accumulated for generations with her. Little by little, people began to talk, and Yev's shady deals were revealed. Rapidly, the Maltier name was no longer a synonym for respect and fear on the lips of the villagers. Time passed. The days are longer. Little by little, the summer heat arrived to warm the old stones. In August, there were rumors about the financial instability of the sawmill and the eventual closing. There was a climate of anxiety on the village. After all, it was the first time in more than a century that the population couldn't look to the Maltiers, either to guide them or to scapegoat for their troubles. In the end, even if the Maltiers were the architects of their own demise, it left me with a bitter taste in my mouth. I carried on putting the archives of the tower in order. The weird nightmares became less and less frequent until they stopped entirely. I don't know what happened to the strange beast I'd seen in my sleep. Sometimes I even wonder if it really existed. I started teaching myself all forms of magic I could get my hands on. I have to know more. I have to prove myself that all this is true. I'm well aware it's a losing battle, that the magic will never allow me to formally confirm its existence. And I've begun to take a back seat from the daily life of the village. What's the point anyway? People are scared of me, but at least they leave me in peace. For them, my home has become the castle of the witch again. Without the Maltiers to remind them of the weight of the tradition, I know this would disappear. That I myself would disappear to be forgotten. After all, it's the way of the world. I'm nothing more but the last of my bloodline, an endangered species. Stan's gone back to law school and he's working with Celine managing the family's business. They're doing their best to save the sawmill, but they're not out of the woods yet. We take things day at a time without any constraint of commitment but the love we share. Could things have turned out differently? I wonder about that from time to time. What would have happened if I had chosen another partner to share my days, my troubles? If I had believed in magic more, or on the contrary, doubted? If I had given into anger, to despair, or perhaps to calm, to leniency, would my life be different? Would I myself be different? I don't know. I've gone with the flow. I've done all I could. I've dangled over the precipice for a long time, clinging to the comfort of my certainties, of my doubts, the void constantly calling to me. I've let my feet guide me one after the other, along the edge. Achievement unlocked, Heart of Darkness. Love at first sight. Hegemony. Firefighting. Frozen. BFF. The Devil's Advocate. Like a Virgin. Seeing dead people. Nice. I think I'm gonna let the credits roll for a hot bit. Oh. There you go. Put the credits on. That was Along the Edge. I forgot how much I really liked this one. I think this was my first ever story time way back in the day. So it was really good to revisit, you know what I mean? And I think I got a different outcome from the first time that I played as well, which is always cool. But yeah. Let me take a little peek-sees to see if anybody's streaming currently that we can go and raid. Doesn't really look like it, to be fair. That's fair. Alright. Well, I want to thank everybody for stopping by. If you like what you see what you like, and think that I've earned it, but only if you think that I've earned it. Drop me a follow. I'll see you next time.